infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
All right, guys. So normally it's like, oh, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, blah, blah, blah. I just got to say, as I was getting towards the end of that intro, dude, I'm starting to feel nostalgia for the song, the intro song. I'm starting to like literally, it's like positive vibe right at the end. Like I'm like, da, 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 da. I'm like, oh my fucking God, I'm doing this like it's a video game song right now. That really excited me for a moment. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm so nostalgic for our own intro, and it's not even that old. Oh, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, guys. I hope you guys are having a good time. What is it, season 3, episode 61 or something like that? We had some interesting stuff to go over today. 2 big topics that we're going to spend probably quite a bit of time on because the industry is seemingly on fire for everyone but Nintendo. Although you could maybe make a small argument Nintendo joined the fray a smidge today. At least there was a negative story about Nintendo today. But we are going to be diving into all that crap going on because, look, last week we talked about the PlayStation stuff a little bit because obviously industry shift. They're getting rid of physical games. Well, there's been more information since then that, look, by the end of this episode, I don't know that I'm not going to be able to beat the allegations of being called a Nintendo shill anymore after today's episode. I'm just going to throw that out there, and I'm sorry because at this point, it's not my fault. I can't keep just like pretending things aren't on fire for the competition right now. I can't. It's so bad. Why do I have to pretend? No, shit's not going good with Sony and Xbox right now, and shit is going good for Nintendo. So like, this needs to be talked about and what's going on. So we're gonna go going over all of that, and then we're gonna be talking about the future of the Nintendo Switch. There was a very interesting story over the last week about the new model for Switch 2 in Europe for the replaceable battery. We have no idea if that's going worldwide or not, but we know it's going in Europe. And through that announcement, we found out that they are going to be no longer providing Switch 1s to sell in Europe as of February 2027. So that is one of 3 major territories that will no longer be selling Switch as soon as they run out of stock, of course. I don't know if retailers are planning to overstock until then or if there's any plans like that. Obviously, it'll depend on how well the consistent sales of Switch are in Europe. So we got to talk about that and what the future for the original Nintendo Switch really is. How long does it have to go? Game support, all that kind of stuff. So when we're going over that, and I got a feeling on a couple other things that we might talk about, but that's what we got for right now. You guys can obviously throughout the show, no matter what channel you're watching this on, send in your super chats and submit your questions for the Q&A section. And who knows, just 4 of us today, so maybe we'll spend a little extra time on those questions as well today. That being said, folks, let's go around and introduce the entire damn show because it's nothing but the core 4, baby. The Tetra Force itself. Let's go ahead and introduce Mr. Spicy. I love that first part.
Why is it?
Why like chokes on herself.
Yep.
And then it's
Yeah. Why is it spicy?
What's up, Eric?
Oh, it's another Wednesday. It is gonna be fun. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, we're gonna move around a little different this time. We're gonna go to the Thunder stash.
Did it play?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys get
Dude, I did not hear it. No.
I didn't hear it.
Did
Sounded
you
like
hear
someone
Eric?
dropped cardboard. I heard
Did
Eric.
you heard Eric? So you hear that one? Okay, that's fine.
What?
Yeah.
You
That's-
don't have to.
that's
Maybe
not
it's
fine.
broken. Maybe it's broken.
Try
I
it
don't
again.
know.
Try it again. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. No, it literally sounds like you're just dropping cardboard.
Weird. Well, hey, either way, I'm still bringing the storm. It's all good. Yeah, just happy to be here. Guys, staying busy as always, working around the clock. Can't stop, won't stop. Lots to talk about today.
Yep. All right, let's see if it works for Birdman. Let's hit the Birdman button. Of course, it just doesn't like Stash. It is what it is. All right.
It's all right. I'm here to spread the word, bird style. What's up, everybody? It's another kick-ass Wednesday. As always, excited to talk games, excited to talk Nintendo, and excited to see each and every one of you guys today. Hang out with my friends.
My friends. Yay, friends. Football friends. All right. Please say I'm the only one that's seen In-Betweeners. I fucking love that show. It is so good. It's a show from Britain, BBC. Oh my God. You guys will lose your shit. Have you guys seen IT Club at least? It's another show from over there.
Love the IT Club.
Oh my God. You guys, Stash, you will especially like IT
Yeah.
Club a lot.
Yeah.
It is very,
Probably good.
it's a comedy, but it's like so much of it is relatable.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's great. All right. That being said, folks, we got a couple topics. Someone want to go ahead and hop all over the first topic? What do we got? Anyone?
Is the first topic we're gonna go with
Yeah, might as well go with
Xbox and PlayStation?
Yeah, might as well go with the shit show out the gate.
I'll take that.
I figured you wanted that one since you were the one sending all the links. My dude Stash really wants to, really is ready to just like let loose on this topic. Because last week we kind of danced around it a little bit. It's just become a massive shit show since.
There's been so much discourse since then, and so many tidbits that have come out.
So that'll be we'll just go with Stash. Just go. We'll figure out who's doing next after. So,
okay. Yeah. So of course, guys, last week. News went around the world. We talked about it here on the podcast about physical games with Sony. And, we all gave our take on it. Gave our take on how we feel about it, the impact it's going to have, the domino effect, of course, the nature of the timing, which I'd mentioned last week. I thought the reason they announced it last week was because they knew that the bloodbath was coming on Monday for Xbox. And sure enough, that's what happened. However, people aren't forgetting. If anything, people are getting more mad, which it's been interesting. I feel like the gaming community has kind of come together a little bit on this, which is nice to see. So, of course, just to recap, again, Sony announced last week physical disc. No longer doing them. January 2028. That's it. Gone forever. And since then, a lot has come out. So first, Jason Schreier. He did a big report on it. And I got this summary up here. I'm going to read these off. It's kind of discuss this part. Okay. This is very interesting, to say the least. Yeah, this is some brutal stuff.
The Jason Schreier report on PlayStation is really bad.
Yeah, it's really bad. I met him at Summer Game Fest. He was very nice.
Yeah.
So first bullet point, Sony considers their digital player base is large enough to do without those who continue wanting physical disc.
Dude, we just stop at that point right there.
We should just stop at that point.
Mm-hmm. If you're a physical player on PlayStation, you should be telling Sony to get the fuck right off. I'm done. Mm-hmm. They just gave you the middle finger. You better be giving it right back. No, I'm not saying sell your PS5 and all your games and all that shit. Obviously, don't do that shit. Right? Hold on to your stuff. I'm just saying that, like, in the future, if you care about physical, you need to get the fuck away from PlayStation. They don't give two shit. They literally just said, we don't care about you. Insane. All right. Sorry. I just can't even believe that. Like, that's even a thought behind this decision. Thought it was all just, we're going to make more money. Now it's like, oh, we don't need the people who buy physical games. They can just fuck off.
Yeah. And look, I believe Sony has more data than they let on.
For sure.
Of course, we'll get into this, but I believe the numbers are skewed for a variety of reasons. The numbers for digital and physical are never going to add up. But they'll make sure they're skewed to look like they are in Sony's favor. Basically, that physical is only for old people. And honestly, I think that's some of the data they have. They probably know what age group is buying physical games. And they're probably like, yeah, if you guys are done, be done. Go take a hike. We don't care. You guys are getting old. It's the young kid. This is what the young kids want. So if you don't want to participate anymore, see you later.
And it's a really bold move, because telling people in like their mid 30s to 50s, which by the way,
you guys had your time.
In the US is the average age of a gamer is like 39. This was like a recent report that came up with that number. I'm like, dude, you're telling the primary user group that buys the most games, yeah, you can go get fucked.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
What company tells your whales? Yeah, because you're not buying digital, you can get the fuck out.
Yeah, we'll get into it some more. Let me get through these bullet points, because like there's so many more things that need to be dissected here. All right, so the next bullet point, they said they won't change their retail distribution. Stores will sell empty boxes with no download code. Next bullet point is that they're
only a download code.
Yeah, they're convinced that over time, players will accept a 100% digital gaming future. They don't think it's necessary to maintain contact with fans. Fans as in the consumer. Okay, like let's not get it twisted. We're the consumers. Yeah, without us, you guys can't turn the lights on. Like that's how it works. We are a customer. I used to tell everybody that when I managed at Islands Restaurant for 10 years. And I told everyone that when I managed and directed at Lone Depot, when employees would complain about the borrowers, I'd kindly remind them that, hey, you gotta remember, without them, the lights aren't on here. We got no air conditioning. We're not even here. They're the ones who pay the bills. Okay. They pay your bills. That's the reality of it. And I believe in that. And based on what Schreier's reporting, Sony does not believe in that at all. Like they're saying, basically get fucked. I don't like that. They trust the strength of their brand and loyalty of their community, and imagine they will continue to support their digital games. All right. Now, regarding profitability, they got 3 bullet points here. When Sony sells a first-party physical game to a retailer, the retailer gets around 30% of the sale price. This is nothing new.
Yeah. It's known.
Yep, it's always been like this.
Yeah, most
Yeah.
retail, 25 to 30% cut.
Yeah, so they're not getting a bad deal or anything. This is the normal deal. Standard. Digital, they get to keep 100% of the profit. And they expect to significantly increase their profit margins. So that was the report from Jason Schreier. And I'm going to take this as fact. I don't see Jason embellishing anything here or putting his reputation on the line for something like this. I think, he shoots straight, and this is all legit. So what are you guys' thoughts on how Sony feels about the customer, the people who helped them get here?
Let's have Eric go first before all the points get taken.
At least you use lube. My lord. It just feels like they just don't care.
I mean, it says in the report they don't care to communicate to their fans.
Yeah,
what
right.
lube?
Yeah.
They don't give a shit.
Yep. Yeah, damn. Just you'll get what you get and you'll like it is kind of what it feels like the messaging is. And
Yeah, Klaus Schwab, right? Klaus Schwab, man.
yeah,
That's been the thing lately.
Yeah, and I mean the only way to counteract that would be to vote with your wallet, and if you don't like it, stop buying it. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to fully change the fact that eventually it's going to be an all digital future, but you never know. It doesn't hurt to try. This is just asinine.
Dude, I got so many thoughts. I'll just drop a small one here because I might be popping off for a while. I'm gonna throw out that just one thing with Sony that I don't get is like the all digital future. Like that point they said that they believe that that's just going to be the future and people will eventually accept it. I have a general sense that probably is correct. I think in general, all digital is the future, and they're trying to push the future to be now, or at least starting in 2028. So like I get it, and I get that it's more profitable, and I get that they think they'll make more money. I mean, it's all about making money. It's the only reason the decision was made. But like it's crazy hearing about how much they don't care about the fans, and then you think back to their original announcement on this and the way they worded that, and how out of touch it was with reality. Like just how they treated their fans in that announcement and how it pissed people off. And then you hear the report and it's like, okay, this all lines up. Like this is, and you start thinking about Sony's behavior over the years. And it's kind of like, maybe it's just kind of always been this way. I mean, they are a multi-billion-dollar corporation. This is just one arm of a big company. It's a big arm of that company. It is a significant one for them. I'm not downplaying PlayStation's importance to Sony. It's one of their most important business arms. But I think that when companies treat fans shitty all the time. We talk about this with the anti-consumer stuff, the price raising and all this shit, right? But we talk about how perception means a lot. And Sony's perception at the moment is we just want money. We don't give a fuck about the artistry. We don't give a fuck about our developers that want to make different games because we're doing live service. We don't give a fuck. Oh, we're going to hire Blue Point Y to make a live service game that we're going to can them and never release it. Why? Because Sony just cares what they want. They don't care what the fans want. And it's really, really unfortunate the way they're delivering this news. Like, I think all digital is going to happen to Nintendo one day too. I'm not naive. I'm not sitting here, Nintendo's no, they're going to be all digital one day. But I bet you when the news is delivered, watch the tact in which Nintendo delivers that news. Watch how they communicate it to their consumers. And then look at how Sony communicates to theirs and wonder why people are so fiercely loyal to Nintendo. Because they try to treat their customers with respect when they have to deliver bad news. And that, you could say that that's just words and it shouldn't really mean anything. And it doesn't mean Nintendo's not a greedy multi-billion-dollar corporation. They absolutely are. But what it means is they care about that relationship with the customer, and they care about it because we are the ones spending money. So they care about maintaining that positive relationship with the consumer because we're the ones that are going to buy the games. Sony is basically saying we don't care about our reputation with consumers. We just think we're so strong as a brand, it doesn't matter.
We're too big to fail.
Basically, that's basically what we just read. Too big to fail. It doesn't matter. This is going to increase our profit margins. It is, again, I know that this is technically just hearsay and rumors. The difference is who it came from. Jason Schreier doesn't put shit out here like this without having a billion sources and tons of verification. Because this is an extreme. He doesn't like publishing these damning pieces. He goes where the story takes him.
He doesn't.
If you're gonna put this out here, this damning story that basically also lines up with the public actions, that basically says, "Hey, Sony doesn't give a fuck about you." And while we all can probably get a sense that most of these companies don't give a shit about their consumers, they just care about our wallets. And that, again, this is true of Nintendo. How they treat us and maintaining that relationship is to get us to spend money. There's a motive behind the way that they treat us. But damn, doesn't it feel nice to have a company treat you like they know this sucks? They know the price increase sucks. They don't just randomly up it $150 and say, have a good fucking day. They tell you, hey, we're really fucking sorry. This really sucks. We got to raise the price. But like, here's the deal, man. We're losing a lot of fucking money and we got to do something. So economics, man. It comes across as more personable, more understood. We all know the headlines. We see the stories. We know why the prices went up. But there's something more personal when you don't treat it like it's just some corporate announcement. Nintendo announced that price increase with regret. Sony basically proudly announced their last price increase. They treated it like it was another fucking Tuesday and go fill up your gas, aka go buy a PS5 for another $150. To me, it's just this pattern of behavior. This reminds me of the PS3 era. I'm really taking back. And by the way,
same.
They might think, well, yeah, even in PS3, we sold 80 million. It was still fine. I'm like, yeah, okay. The move you just pulled with physical, you might have a much slower start to PS6 already due to prices. Now imagine that your top buyers that spend the most money that are probably your day oneers, they're going to be like, you know what? Why would I buy a PS6? You don't respect me. And any game you release is going to still be on PS5. So why? Fuck it. Why? Why spend more money in your shit? And we've seen like Sony fans, some of them, obviously, there's no way to really measure this, but some, actually canceling their PS Plus subscriptions and going to buy Switch 2s because they still support physical. And yes, key cards and all that. We can get into that conversation again if we want. But I just think that it's all wild. And then when you bring in some of the other factors we'll get into in a bit, it just gets, because like this isn't the end of the story, guys. There's more bullshit going on besides Jason Schreier's report. And it's fucking wild. I got to hear what Gamer thinks about this, man. Because like, all of us on this show, I want to be clear, guys, like we're the NintenByte Podcast, but all of us own multiple devices and game on multiple systems. Even Eric over there, he's got an Xbox.
I do.
So like, this it affects us directly in many, many ways. Not just, hey, we're Nintendo people. Oh, Nintendo's on top. This sucks. All of this sucks. Like, yeah, I can puff my chest and be like, oh, Nintendo what? Nintendo didn't do anything. Nothing changed. The other companies are just fucking up. And we'll get to the Xbox stuff, I'm sure, another little bit later too. Gamer, what are you thinking about all this?
Yeah, so I've got the bullet points pulled up right here just because it's a lot to go through. Yeah. The bottom part of the tweet regarding the profitability, that's all pretty standard stuff. It's exactly what you expect from any company, to be honest. So I'm going to make that one a nothing burger. Obviously, the company's looking to increase profitability like any company would. The top chunk is where it gets into some of the gross behind the scenes stuff. And it's gross because, as a lifelong Sony fan since the PS1 days, you hate to hear things like this about a company that you love or that you've enjoyed. But again, it's one of those things where it's not really surprising. You hear stories about companies like this all the time, not just in the gaming space, just companies in general. And I think the sad part about it is that in a lot of respects, they're right. When they say they're convinced that over time players will accept a 100% digital gaming future, I think they're right. I think people are going to be mad in the beginning. They're definitely going to lose support in the beginning, like any company would. But the fact of the matter is that FOMO is real, and there are plenty of people who will huff and puff and say that they're not supporting something anymore because it breaks what they care about and what's important to them. And then eventually a release comes out that they don't want to miss out on. So they fall in line and they end up buying it, even though they've been saying for months or years they never would. So I think the sad reality is that to a degree, Sony's right about this stuff. It's just the gross stuff that doesn't sit well. It's awful that they've really shown no concern or regard for, as you guys mentioned, the big chunk of gamers in the world, the 30 to 50-year-olds who make up the bulk of mainstream gaming. And I think there's another part of the story that I know it's not part of the topic, but I think it's worth thinking about. Because it's for me, it's scary as a gamer, as someone who's been playing since the NES, is that Sony's obviously thinking about the future. And yes, the future is digital. I think a lot of us were expecting something like this to happen more slowly, more gradual. Maybe PS6 not just default like PS5 Pro, not having a disc drive, but still offering it. Yep, on the side. And then maybe that was the last time. And then they kind of prepare, hey, this is going to be our last generation doing this. That gives people 6, 7, 8 years to prepare for the digital future. But they got ahead of it. They planned it right before bad Xbox news, because we live in a world where people forget, man. Like, people go from one bad news story to the next one. But here's the interesting point that I was going to say that concerns me on this is they're obviously thinking about the next generation of gamers. They're thinking about the generation that does not care about physical media, that did not grow up with physical media. What does that mean for, like, leave the digital and physical out of it? What does that mean for their plans for software and game design? We know Sony made a huge push into the games of service territory. If they're ready to make a big change like this with complete disregard for what a majority of gamers think and feel, what's their plan on the software side? I don't know. I find that a little bit scary. Are they going to, what sort of experiences, more money grabby, cash grabby, live service? What direction is that going to be going in?
Yeah, they're doing more live service games in their meeting.
Yeah,
it did.
So when you see something like this and that disregard for our generation and the focus on the next generation, I think that's a scary part of it that people just aren't really thinking about. Like, how is this going to actually affect the games that we're playing? Am I even going to be caring about the games that are coming from Sony in 10, 15, 20 years? I don't know. Well, I mean, that remains to be seen. All in all, I know I've said that this feels like normal company bullshit. I've said that I do feel like in time, maybe not in the beginning, people will fall in line because FOMO at some point will hit, even if you stand by your convictions when the console launches. I'm not saying that's everyone. There are people who will stay true to their convictions. I care about physical media. I don't want it to go anywhere. We'll have to see what PlayStation 6 is for me to be interested. I'm a gamer at heart. I don't want to miss out on great experiences if those are still to be had, elsewhere. I'm not going to not watch a great TV show because it's only on streaming. So we'll have to wait and see what comes. But I think from a PR side, this is really bad. It's really gross. It's really tone deaf. And as mentioned, it shows a complete disregard for people who are very passionate, people who grew up with this hobby, and what unfortunately makes a bulk of it. So we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, I don't expect Sony to. I think one of the worst parts of one of the worst bullet points of this whole thing is they don't think it's necessary to maintain contact with the fans. I think is one of the worst ones, where it's like, we're not even worth talking to. Fucking get over it is how that reads.
Yeah.
So that is absolute bullshit. But yeah, this is sad, man. This is sad. I feel I've said it before on the pod. I feel like a dinosaur. I feel like a dying breed. Collecting games is one of my favorite things. I have an entire I can timeline my whole life in the games that I've bought, as well as you, Stash. I'm sure Nate and Eric, you have a lot of phenomenal memories, a lot of phenomenal games that you grew up with. Just even experiences going out with friends to pick up midnight. You know, Stash, you were talking about midnight release. What's going to be the next big one, since Grand Theft Auto's, you know, no game, no physical game. Yeah. So yeah, it's just really sad to see. I don't blame anyone who's pissed off, anyone who feels like screw PS6. I'm not interested. I hear you. I think the thing that's going to be more challenging for Sony, and I hate to say it because this is like awful news again. You know, I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. I think the thing that's going to be a bigger challenge for Sony going into PS6 is honestly the state of the economy, the chip shortages, all that stuff, and pricing is going to affect sales much more, in my opinion, than them not having physical.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's just what I think. Do I think that's cool? No. Do I think it's right? No. Stand for your belief. If you believe this is bullshit, don't support it. Yeah, that's your right. So, yeah.
So, I'm under the belief, and again, I mentioned this last week, that Sony's predicting a down market, and this is it's exactly why they're doing it right now. They also know that Microsoft isn't going to be offering physical, right? And Microsoft with the Xbox is very much it's always been their counterpart, right? How many times over the last how many console generations has the discussion been about Sony and Microsoft? The competition between Sony and Microsoft. And it seemed like none of the analysts ever mentioned Nintendo. Even if Nintendo was whipping both of their asses, they wouldn't mention Nintendo. So Sony knows how much money Microsoft has invested in cloud gaming, in the research of it. They know that's the direction they're going. I've said that here on the podcast for the last 2 years. That's the direction they're going. You can see where their money's allocated. It's public knowledge. So I think that's another reason why they do this, right? Is because their counterpart is going to be getting out of physical games. So they can do this now as well. And again, they're the ones who make the disc. If they don't make them, how's Microsoft going to get it? Microsoft has to buy them. Microsoft has Sony make the disc because they own Blu-ray. So if they don't make it, Microsoft can't make it. And Microsoft is already pivoting to a cloud. I don't know if it's going to be this next generation, but they're pivoting to a cloud model already. So Sony's looking at it like, well, all we have to do is stop manufacturing them. Microsoft's not going to put up a fight. Nobody else is doing it but Nintendo. Nintendo can just do what they do normally. They march to the beat of their own drum. This is what they've always done, And anytime anyone asks us about Nintendo, we'll just say like, oh yeah, we don't compete with them. Like, we don't view them as direct competition. That's what they always say. Unless they're winning, then they'll say something else. But if they're losing, they don't view them as direct competition. We've seen this for 2 decades, 3 decades.
Yeah, why do you think a handheld's coming, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
If Switch wasn't here and successful, this wouldn't exist.
This has been happening for ages, though. I mean, there's been a number of videos, reports If you're someone who's been following the industry your whole life, like us, you know that Nintendo's come out with all the innovations and then they're copied. Rumble, right? Then Sony comes out with the DualShock, motion controls. Then Sony comes out with the PlayStation Move. Xbox comes out with the Kinect. Obviously the joystick, right? So much of it has been with the controllers that it goes on. And of course, we expect it now to be with handhelds. I fully expect Sony to have a handheld next gen. Xbox is already, trying to do something there. I think they're still creating their own handheld. We'll see. But as far as like these bullet points, Bird, you kind of mentioned it a little bit about the memories, and I'd mentioned it last week too about the midnight launches. And again, I've went to so many midnight launches. I've camped out several days, like more than one day, for video game consoles. We camped out 3 days for the Nintendo Wii. We camped out for all of them though, since the 64. And the amount of cool people and like-minded people you meet at these events, and like the energy that's at the events, the positive energy, the excitement, we're all going into the unknown together, and it's just very unique. There's nothing like it, which is why I've always said, if you ever have the opportunity, you should go to a midnight launch to go experience it. This is why I was going to go to a GTA midnight launch, because it's like, this is going to be fun. It's going to be nostalgic. It's going to be real positive energy. It should be a good time. That's not happening. That's fine. Ocarina of Time, though, I expect that to happen. And I'm telling you guys, you got to go, because as the years go on, there's going to be less and less opportunities for stuff like this to occur, right? Interesting footnote here on that is that stores will still sell empty boxes with the download code. That kind of annoys me because, look, I'll be honest with you, and I've said this a lot. I was excited for Nintendo just to see how this was going to shake out, to be the only company, right, with retail presence. I was like, I really want to see what kind of impact this is going to have. And now Sony's like, no, we're still gonna be at retail. We're still gonna put boxes out there too. So it's gonna look like there's a game, but it's just gonna be a code in a box. It's like,
you're gonna get one holiday out of that, and then that section's going away. Sorry, Sony. I don't know if you've noticed, Nintendo's got code in the boxes. You have them too. They're in the discount bins. Those ones we say don't exist? They exist with the code in the box games. Like, I'm not even kidding. You can go to Walmart and find your $5 code in the box. Like, it's great for consumers, actually. It's a great way to get a really cheap game. But also it means they're not selling. So, like, Sony, you're going to find out that physical buyers aren't going to buy code in boxes. That's just not going to happen. And so retailers are going to stop carrying them. Which, by the way, I don't know why you're even doing it. Like, I guess because you want that shelf space, like Nintendo does, to like let people know there's games.
Yeah,
but
they want a retail.
Everyone realizes that they buy multiple and they realize it's just a fucking code. They're not going to buy it anymore. That's what happened with PC games. They started selling them physically as code in the boxes. Then people stopped buying them because why would I buy a code in a box?
Yeah. I got a
they
question
just want
for
the
you
brand
guys.
awareness.
I got a random question for you guys. You all know I'm not like the biggest tech person, so this might be a stupid question, but is it I mean, obviously we don't know what the PS6 hardware even is. I know there's rumors that it could be a hybrid console. Is it possible that someone designs in the same way third parties make docks for the Switch too, in different peripherals? Is it possible a third party designs a disk drive that works? Is that even possible? I'm tech ignorant, so that might be a dumb question.
If the system's ever fully hacked, sure, anything's possible.
It would have to be hacked to get like your backwards compatibility at the very least.
Yeah. That none of that is supported in the current operating system.
Yeah, the OS would have to support that. 100%. And who's going to press the disc? Who's going to make them? Who's going to make Blu-ray? Sony owns it.
Yeah.
And that's what it ran off of.
So it's nice wishful thinking. I mean, I'm just glad Nintendo's still doing
Sucks.
physical at all, but it's sad to say that this whole situation sucks because, like, even besides those bullet points, I mean, there's like some sus stuff going on around this. Like 2 days after
I'll get into that.
Yeah, 2 days after they made the announcement, the CEO, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, so let me just jump into that. I am not at all surprised about this. I think this is like pretty obvious, but here's the story. So this is from Insider Gaming. Again, trusted resource. Sony CEO Hiroki Totoki. Love that name.
I had a really good name.
Love it. He has sold more than half of his stock in the company. So recent U.S. Securities and Exchange SEC filing shows that he sold millions of dollars worth of stock just 2 days after the announcement that PlayStation was going to cease production of physical disc in January 2028. It also came during a time when the stock saw a slight bump in price after the news broke. And again, the reason why it saw a slight bump is because the investors were really happy to hear that we're getting rid of physical, because that means there's going to be more profit for us and that our stocks are going to go up, right? That's exactly why. And so as soon as that news hit, the investors say, all right, you know what? I'm going to buy some more stocks. Meanwhile, Hiroki's like, I don't know what kind of backlash we're going to get, but I'm thinking it's not going to be good. So I'm going to pull out like at least half right now. And then you end up pulling out more than half. So the amount, as it breaks down, according to the SE filing, he sold 225,000 shares of Sony stock on July 3rd at 2102.02 per share. And again, 4th of July was on Saturday. This always happens. You break really bad news before you go into a holiday weekend. And what always also happens is you sell your stocks before going into a holiday weekend. Because everything blows into the next week. And obviously it's went down since. So he pulled in roughly 4.7 million on the transaction from selling his stocks. So he sold 56% of his total stake in the company. But he wasn't the only executive to make a transaction after the announcement. Also filed on July 3rd, Sony's chief strategy officer sold 25,000 shares of stock, representing around 18% of his total shares, totaling $525,000. So since the sale of the stock, Sony's share price hasn't changed much. In fact, as a publication, Sony shares are trading slightly higher at $21.20. So they've went up 18 cents on the New York Stock Exchange. And in the 8 days since the announcement, Sony stock is up 6%. Because the investors are pumping it right now. Because they're like, hey,
They're loving it.
we got 30% more coming to us. We no longer have to give that 30% to retail. And look, guys, I want to make this point because I talked about it a lot with Nintendo. And it's that when Super Mario Galaxy 1+2 HD came out, everyone was really upset about the price, right? Like, why is it $70? And I kept saying over and over again, it's because of the IP. You have to protect the pricing of the IP. You can't put Mario on store shelves for $35 or $40 because it makes it look less than to the consumer. It makes it look like this game's not good because it's only $40. And then when the next Mario game comes out and it's $70, people are going to be like, well, why would I buy this Mario game for $70 when you were selling 2 Mario games for $50? It's brand and IP equity. You have to price it accordingly. And now that Sony is going to have exclusive control over pricing on the PlayStation Store, do you think these are going to go on sale? They get to protect it now. Like, they get to control the cost of all these games. Just this week, right? You could pick up, actually, I got it right here. You could pick up Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater on Amazon for $25. If you go to the Sony store right now, it's $69.99. This isn't the only example. There's literally hundreds of examples like this. I've talked about this for a long time. That's why it's so important to have the power of choice. But here's the thing. When you remove the power of that choice, when you remove retail, Sony has, again, it's Sony and the publishers. So if Konami wants to say, yeah, we're not going to drop the price of that because we believe, we have a really strong IP with Metal Gear and Solid Snake, and we got a lot of fans out there, and we think it deserves to be $70 at all times. And now we don't have to worry about Walmart selling it for $25 or Amazon selling it for $25. If they're the only destination now, they get to control the pricing of it. So this is not good for the consumer, obviously. I've seen so much discourse on X, right, and on YouTube, but a lot on X, and it seems like there's some folks out there who are like probably working for Sony, or they're shareholders for Sony, and they're putting out tweets like undermining people who want to support physical. And it's like, look, it goes deeper than that. What I just talked about is the deeper part. Like this gives you no option whatsoever. They get to control the pricing for as long as they want. You no longer have to make it comparable to what Walmart's selling it for. So you can't get Metal Gear. You wouldn't be able to get Metal Gear for $25. If you want it, you got to pay $70. How long does that go on for? It's scary. It's a scary thought, to be honest with you. So, one other thing, Bird, you mentioned about the memories, and I wanted to touch on that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I want everyone to participate in this exercise with me. All right? I was thinking about this at the gym. Like, I look at my shelf, right? I see all these games. I could pull games off this shelf and probably tell you a story about when I bought it, what I was doing in my life at the time, where I was working, where I was living. Some of these I can go like really deep into a story. And then I want you to go into your digital library and tell me if you can tell me anything about when you bought that digital game. Because I guarantee you can't. In fact, the only way I could tell you anything about it, right, is if I went to my transaction history. And then I could tell you when I bought it. Otherwise, I don't know. I have I have nothing attached to it mentally. I have no memory. I have no real feeling attached to buying something digitally, right? It's just it's there. In fact, sometimes I don't even remember if I have this game digitally. Like sometimes I'll go into the PlayStation app on my phone, and I'll go into my library and I'll double check because like I'll have something on my wish list on Nintendo Switch, right? And I'll be like, wait a minute, do I own that game on PlayStation? I don't even know. If I had it physically, I'd know, but if it's digital, I don't even remember if I have it. That's the thing, man. Like there's just like many layers to this. And it's just unfortunate that the company who makes the Blu-ray disc is saying we're not doing it anymore. Like, what do you do now? Right? They're still making movies. They could do it. Movies are on Blu-rays. It's just for the games. They just want all the profit. And do we want to get into this part about the publisher? You guys ready?
Sure.
All right. So this is a short one. Sony reportedly, and I'm not surprised by this, by the way, reportedly didn't inform any publishers or business partners before announcing the end of PlayStation Game Disc. So according to a new report from High Chaos Run, Sony didn't inform publishers or business partners about it. According to the outlet, Sony's decision to end physical PlayStation game disc production for new releases starting in 2028 was made without prior notice to many publishers, business partners, or even some regional PlayStation offices. So that'd be like if Nintendo of Japan said, yeah, we're going to be done with cartridges, but they didn't tell Nintendo of America or Nintendo of Europe. It was like, what? That is not good. So the report cites anonymous sources who claim publishers were blindsided by the announcement, with one executive saying they were not informed despite a very close working relationship with PlayStation. It also alleges that some regional teams, including PlayStation India, were unaware of the decision while continuing retail expansion discussions with local partners. So PlayStation India is having discussions with retail outlets, retail chains out there in India about getting more space to show off PlayStation, that, to put games. Meanwhile, Sony's saying, hey, we're not going to even be doing this anymore. They don't even communicate it to them. I would be livid if I'm PlayStation India, right? Like, I'm over here trying to score some deals for us so we can sell more games out here in India because our internet's shit. We need physical games out here. We can't download these. It's really important out there to have physical games. That's why they're trying to negotiate more space. This just tells you that, obviously the right hand's not talking to the left hand. Like, reading this just reminds me of like all the things that, again, we've talked about it on this podcast. I've talked about it with Xbox. I've been very vocal that they've had severe mismanagement for several years. And you could tell that they're not on the same page. This is proof that they're not on the same page. Obviously, if this is to be taken as fact, but if you look at a lot of publishers, I don't know if you guys noticed this, and everyone in chat, I don't know if you have, but if you look on X, right, when that news came out, so many publishers, so many of them tweeted out that they were upset, or essentially you could read it and tell that they didn't know. They had no idea. I know people that I've talked to that are publishers. I won't share names, but they didn't know. So I know that's factual. They didn't know. They were blindsided. It's just like, this is deep, dude. What are your guys' thoughts?
This goes back to what I was saying before. Like, obviously, they don't care about the fans. And guess what? They don't care about their development partners either. They just care about money. Like, everything that people accuse Nintendo of with the greed and the money seeking, yeah, it's all true. But you know who's not ashamed to wear it on their sleeve and rub it in your face, and they expect you to still show up anyways? Apparently Sony. And they don't get two shits. They're not even treating their partners well. And you know why? This goes back to talk. They're arrogant. They're cocky. They think they could do anything. They think they're untouchable. Xbox isn't a threat to them anymore. They feel like they are completely untouchable. They don't think Nintendo is a meaningful threat to take away third-party games, even as it's getting third-party games. Some of the AAA, yeah, majority of sales are still happening on PC and PlayStation. So they think they're untouchable. And that includes with their partners. What are you going to do? Abandon the number one selling platform for your games? abandon the platform that you sell the most copies on? No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to sink your company because you don't like what we're doing. You're going to conform. No matter what you say. Remember, probably this story is on top of the fact there were all these stories last week of developers sending letters to Sony.
Yep.
Clearly indicating that they didn't communicate. So we kind of already knew this, but a lot of it was indie devs. So people were like, well, yeah, they're not going to talk to all the indie devs, but they probably told all their big AAA partners. No, apparently not. Now, here's the thing. The big AAA partners, most of them probably liked this decision, to be clear. Because some of them were already offering code in boxes or game key discs and stuff like that. But I mean, look, the quiet part's now said out loud, both said out loud literally by Sony, but also by the reports coming out. I feel like this has been a ticking time bomb, obviously, for a while. The whole CEO selling stock and like, look, I'm not going to definitively say it's all related to this. And no, if you guys, for a lot of people, I saw spamming insider trading. It's not insider trading if he does it after the news breaks. It's only if you did it before the news breaks. So that means you knew a piece of news that you were not aware of before he made that decision. But I don't think the stock. So I think the stock selling is related, but I think it's a long-term outlook. I think that yes, Sony is under pressure to increase profit margins at Sony Interactive Entertainment because their profit margin, their revenue is like best in the whole world. They make more money revenue-wise off gaming than anyone, but their profit margins are small, and there's been a lot of pressure for years now to increase those profit margins. Well, one way to do that is obviously, hey, let's cut out where some of the money's going. We're cutting out retail. But I think the CEO selling off 56% of his stock is a sign that he's not even believing in this direction. Now, part of this could also be that he's 62 and maybe he's getting up to where he's considering retirement. And so he's hedging his bet that Sony stock might go down years from now. And it might be higher right now than it will be then because, well, investors are loving this announcement. Reality is when PS6 arrives, it might be $1,000+. And now your retail presence is just code in boxes. That's going to alienate all the physical gamers that weren't paying attention to this news that buy a PS6 and then discover all the fucking games are key cards or not key cards are, well, actually they're worse than key cards. Code in boxes. So you're going to have slow sales because of the economy and the price points. You're going to have dismal, dwindling, if almost non-existent physical sales. And it's entirely possible that, I am not of a belief that any of the console makers are so big they can't fail.
Nah.
Sony's the closest because their worst generation ever was just 80 million. And Nintendo has a generation with 13 million. They have a generation with Virtual Boy that I don't even know what the sales were, but it was even less than that. Right? So Nintendo has failures, but Nintendo has proven they can bounce back from failure. Sony has never really completely bombed out. PS3 was the worst, but they adjusted the pricing. They got more games out, and it kind of bounced back, and it actually sold more than the Xbox 360 in the end. Well, still relatively probably a successful generation overall, despite it having a really rough start. So they've never experienced failure like Nintendo has and Xbox has. So that's why they have this attitude of, hey, we can do no wrong. Literally, there's nowhere else to go. Xbox fucked up. Nintendo is Nintendo. We never really worried about them to begin with. And you know what? To go after Nintendo's market, we need a handheld. So we'll worry about that with PS6. But then the handheld might also be too expensive to compete. And he might know that too. So he still knows information that's not known publicly. That's the thing. It's just you do the trade now, and if like PS6 comes out in 2027 and bombs, he could be like, wow, it's not insider trading. I know it was going to bomb a year from now. So it's an easy way to kind of get a bunch of your stock out of the way when you know the stock's going to be good. If you're thinking by the time PS6 comes out, it might not be so hot. Although I will say, if you're going to do a stock dump, wouldn't this holiday season, when all the reports on the sales for GTA come out, be the time? Because you got to figure their stock's going to fly at that time. Because GTA is going to do numbers for Sony.
Who knows? Maybe they know that there's another price increase coming. I mean, he would know.
By the way, guys, notice that GTA 6 is digital only. Who gets more of that cut? Sony.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so does
I think we should get Martha Stewart on the show. Get some insight on the trades.
Yeah. Or Nancy.
Or good old Nancy.
Nancy.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, one point that I haven't really seen anyone make. I'd brought it up. And Sony's already not doing good in Japan. And we discussed how a lot of these games, right, that were exclusive to Sony are now coming to Nintendo, like Kingdom Hearts, for example. Not only coming, but they showed the first gameplay footage of Kingdom Hearts at a Nintendo Direct. But the point is that in Japan, physical media is way more popular than digital. The split in Japan is way different than the split here and in the rest of the world. Japan really, really values physical media. And so now you're not only doing bad in Japan, but now you're telling them, hey, we're no longer going to sell physical media either. So the thing that you guys really love, we're going to stop doing that. No one's talking about that. And when you're trying to make a dent in Japan, and then you do that, like you're trying to get your consumer base back in Japan. And then this is what you do. I find that very interesting, and it's something that I want to know. I wish I could fast forward time and see how that's going to shake out. But I think that's going to hurt pretty bad over there.
I also want to know something that I haven't seen a lot of people bring up, and it's a couple of people in the chat brought it up a while ago, and I feel like this is really, really important when you consider this announcement. If you want to think about so Sony has a lawsuit going on against them right now, class action, for those that don't know, about their store being a monopoly. Okay, their PlayStation store being a monopoly. There's multiple facets to it, and I don't know whether it's ever going to go through and actually end up in court because it's a recent lawsuit. But a lot of it is obviously tying in, hey, with no physical presence, there's only one place to get the games, so they're the sole arbiter of distribution on that platform. And there's this interesting thing that they are experimenting with called the variable pricing, the dynamic pricing on their store, where we talked about this in the past, where people are seeing different prices. Now imagine there's no physical copy to give you that standardized MSRP pricing at the store, and now the pricing is just whatever the fuck Sony decides that you are willing to pay for this product.
Yep.
And they show you a fucking $90 copy of GTA 6 because they think you're willing to pay it, while your neighbor's seeing a $35 copy of GTA 6.
Because they have your transaction history. They see how much money you've spent. They see how much you've spent on,
which means
DLC.
your neighbor shouldn't be paying fucking 90 if the neighbor next to you is paying 35. That's fucking bullshit.
Well, look, if you're the type of person who is buying all sorts of skins on Fortnite, you're buying packs of cards on Madden, FIFA, NBA 2K, WWE, they have all that data. On top of that, this is going to be future data that they'll have, right? Potentially. We know Xbox is going to be doing this, but hey, if you're financing stuff too, man, they're going to target your ass. Guarantee it. With that dynamic pricing, they're going to find out a good algorithm to get you to click, to get you to buy it. They're going to use your transaction data against you with that dynamic pricing. If they know you spend your money on stuff that, not only that, but they have the playtime too. Remember this, guys. They know how much you've played these games. So they know if you buy a bunch of games and they just sit there in your collection and don't do shit, but you still buy them and you keep doing it over and over again, they're going to find ways to get more money out of you. They're going to take advantage of people. It's going to be interesting.
And again, as I said, the CEO said out loud at the last financial meeting that they're doing even more live service. It's like that when everyone thought they might be pivoting, heading into PS6, no, they're digging their heels in. They're going even harder for it. It is. Look, Sony might be right. This attitude that maybe they're too big to fail, right? Whether it has to do with the pricing of the PS6, whether it has to do with alienating the customers that spend the most money, or just customers in general now, because, this report from Jason Schreier is like, basically they don't give a shit about the fans at all. Publishers being annoyed with them, which, isn't going to make them run away from PlayStation, because again, it's the place that sells the most games, and Sony knows that. That's why I said Sony very much can have all this attitude and get away with all of this stuff. They could be right about all of it. And that's the scary part, is just knowing that. But you would like to think at some point you make enough decisions like this that you'll have one bad generation. Here's the problem, and this is why, like, no matter what happens with PS6, even if it's off to a horrendous start, Sony will make massive sweeping adjustments and try to say all the right things to save the system, and probably be able to. Hell, they might bring physical back if they think that's what will save the system. And that's only if it's an actual dire straits and trouble, which it could just be from the price alone. The price alone might be the biggest obstacle to PS6's success. But Sony's never had a generation where they've just flat out failed the whole way. And Sony, the way their business operates, they can't really afford to have like a Wii U generation. They would be in a world of hurt if they had a Wii U generation. And no, I don't necessarily think PS6 is going to sell Wii U level numbers. We haven't seen the thing announced yet. There's no way to really make any predictions other than I do think that it's going to not launch as quickly as PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 did. And I think that's just because it will be at a price point that some people will have a hard time stomaching at launch. But until we have all the news, I don't really know. Like, maybe I'm wrong. If they're launching it at 600, I think, oh yeah, they can bear market a 600 PS6 and do really well with that. That would actually perform very well. I'd be impressed at that price.
Yeah.
But most people think they're coming in, at 900, 1,000 plus. And at that point, it's like, okay, yeah, if that's the case, I don't think, I think they're going to have a hard time. And this is on top of that they're alienating their number one consumers. The consumers that care the least about price are your physical consumers.
Yep.
Because they're the ones that also buy those $200 fucking collector's editions. They're the ones that'll buy the fucking PlayStation 5 Pro for $950 fucking dollars.
But again, this is why I said, when I was giving my thoughts on a lot of the Sony stuff, that I think the really big point here on how successful PlayStation 6 is, I really believe it's going to come down to price more than any of this news. People have 2 years to digest this, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least a year to digest this.
Backlash. The next backlash
Right.
they get will be announcement of price.
Yep. There's going to be other backlashes across other companies. The layoffs aren't the last we've heard from Microsoft. Backlash. We don't have all the details on Helix yet. So there's potential massive backlash with Helix.
All we got is the shirts.
Right.
And to be fair, the reports that obviously it's going to be digital only, which we all kind of figured. Microsoft's been pretty much digital only.
And we don't know. We also don't know what the next Nintendo backlash is. Granted, Nintendo hasn't had as big of, despite a lot of the hate that came.
Mario Kart Tour.
It's not as big as this. Listen,
mobile game. That alone makes it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, they've had their. Don't get me wrong. Nintendo's had their fair share of backlash in the Switch 2 gen over game key carts, over variable pricing, among other things. But nothing at this level. So I think people have plenty of time to deal with plenty of highs and lows in the industry across all companies, to where, I don't know. Again, I think there are going to be people who stand by their convictions, but I think at the end of the day, if and when big games drop, I think FOMO is going to go a lot farther than people think in this very emotional state right now. Yeah, it's really, to me, it's going to come down to price. I think a hybrid console I think it's the smart way to go. I think it's the right way to go. I think it enhances the experience. It's one of my favorite things that Nintendo's done, over the course of 2 generations now, is letting me play at home and on the go. So yeah, I think it, and you make a good point. The people who are going to care less about price are definitely us. It's not the parents or the kids.
We really want to play the game. We're the
Yeah.
kind of crazy ones that will buy the $1,000 system and buy the $100 digital or whatever fucking to play it, right? Like, we're the ones that would do that. But if you piss us off enough, we're gonna be like, God damn, dude, if there's any other option, we're out. Like, legitimately, like, if third parties start consistently deciding they're gonna put everything on Switch 2, I think you might see a decent amount of customers. I don't think it's gonna be like you're gonna lose their whole player base. That's stupid. Because I do think a majority of their player base probably does just buy digital games or just play like one kind of game, like Call of Duty or GTA all the time. But I do think, could you see a migration of 10 to 20 million? Yeah, maybe. That's probably the top end of how many they could potentially lose. But even for them, if they're still holding out between 90 to 100 million in console sales and all their game sales are digital, for them, that's a win.
Yeah. And I'll say for the record, I don't think anyone is too big to fail in this space. I mean, just look at Nintendo. Nintendo's had good seasons and bad seasons, but they went from one of their most popular generations ever. I mean, the Wii was at like 100 or 101 million. The DS was what, 154 million. Think about the power. That's across 2 platforms within the same gen. 255 million units sold. They went from that to a console that barely pushed 13 million. They went from the height of their popularity to their lowest point in their entire company history. No one's too big to fail. I think it's really, it's crazy times, man. This games as service push, these games that are taking $300, $400, $500 million to develop over the course of 8 or 9 years. Some of them don't even make it out the door before the studios shut down.
Yeah, Doom.
It's insane. And now you add in the chip factor, the cost of parts. People speculating that PlayStation 6 will cost roughly $1,000 just to build.
Right.
That doesn't include, that doesn't even include like cost to distribute and stuff, and the retailer side of it. That doesn't include any of that.
Nope.
There are a lot of variables here, and as big of a bummer as this is, I don't think this is going to be the big thing. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's big, but there's more to come.
Yeah.
Like, the buck doesn't stop here at all. It's still going. You guys want to get into this Xbox portion?
Sure.
All right, guys. So I'm going to read you the important email that Asha Sharma sent to all employees at Xbox. And look, man, I just want to say, I think it's funny. I think it's sad. I see a lot of people falling for it. The way Microsoft is handling things, the way Ash is, as far as like
good wordsmith. I gotta give her credit. She is way better with her words than Phil ever was.
Right. I also ask who's writing it.
Yeah, I mean,
is your AI writing that?
We all know this went through probably like 5 people before it ever got sent.
I mean, it probably went through 14 layers of management.
Well, she said she reduced it to 5, so I was sticking with the 5.
But no, man, they're just putting on a. She's just putting on a show.
I don't think she's a
saying the
choice.
things that
Well,
people
we'll
want to
talk about it.
hear, being
Yeah,
transparent.
Yeah.
You know,
Let's go over what she said.
yeah.
I
All right.
have some thoughts on it. I'm not quite as jaded, but also
I've just
I
seen this
know-
bullshit too much at all the companies
I
I've
know,
worked
I
at.
know what she's doing, but
Yeah.
Continue.
All right, so team, we are beginning the most significant restructure in Xbox history. After careful consideration, I have made the difficult decision to reduce our team by approximately 3,200 throughout fiscal year 27. This will include approximately 1,600 role eliminations today. And in addition, 4 studios will leave Xbox to new management. I recognize that a year-long restructuring creates additional challenges. Unfortunately, it is not possible to make all the necessary changes in a single day. And I want to be direct about the scale of it. Again, transparency. I know this is painful. These changes will directly affect people who have poured their creativity into building Xbox. Many joined us through acquisitions, while others were recruited here or sought us out because they loved the industry and they loved Xbox. Okay. Today's decisions do not reflect their talent or their dedication. Our business today is not healthy. We are operating at margins that are 3 to 10 times lower than comparable platform and publishing businesses. We entered Gen 9 with a smaller install base and a higher cost structure. In order to grow, we bet on Game Pass, multi-platform, and a broader portfolio of content. While these businesses have created meaningful value, they did not grow at the pace we expected. As that happened, our core business weakened, and we added more teams, more investment, and more time, hoping for a better outcome. And now the industry is facing the most severe hardware crisis in its history. We must reset Xbox. First, we will reset our content portfolio. Since 2018, we have aggressively expanded our studio portfolio, while the number of games created each month across the industry now outpaces the last 10 years combined. We now find ourselves competing not only with the largest publishers, but also with smaller independent studios. It is neither possible nor desirable to own every great independent studio. We have also learned that we are not the best home for every type of studio. In a typical year, we lost 64 cents for every dollar we invested. As we reset Xbox, we will help independent creators succeed by providing open development tools and audiences to realize their vision. Compulsion Games and Double Fine Productions will return to management and transition to independent studios with their IP, catalog, and runway for their next games. Ninja Theory and Undead Labs have entered terms to join new ownership with funding to complete and grow Senua and State of Decay 3. In France, Arcane's management is beginning required consultation with its works council to review potential strategic options. We're also making reductions across other units and in some cases shifting investment to focus on higher priority projects. These changes vary in size across Activision, Bethesda, ZeniMax, Blizzard, King, Moong, and Xbox Game Studios. None of our first-party publicly announced games or projects are being canceled as part of these reductions. In addition, Modong and King will now report directly to me. These two studios have increasingly become platforms and are our largest by-month active users. They bring critical geographic, demographic, and differentiation to Xbox, aka they make them the most money. Second, we will reset our platform. We know that great technology gets better when it gets simpler, not bigger. Today, in some parts of the company, work passes through as many as 14 layers of management. our platform teams are 40% larger than they were at the start of this generation, even as our player base and playtime have declined. That complexity has slowed decisions, blurred accountability, and made it harder to deliver for players. As we reset Xbox, we will simplify. We will reduce management layers to no more than 5, and where possible, 3. We will deliver success through a flatter organization that is built around makers, individual contributors focused on building, player coaches, leaders who remain deeply involved in the work while developing their teams, and directly responsible individuals, DRIs, who own key decisions and outcomes. And we will streamline how we work across our tools with a cleaner code base, shared services, and 50% reduced vendor spend. Third, we're resetting how we operate. As Xbox grew our headcount, we became more fragmented. Teams, studios, and functions often operate independently, and it became harder to work towards a shared goal, make the right trade-offs, and get things done. For the first time, we are establishing a COO with end-to-end P&L, profit and loss, responsibility across content, hardware, platform, and services. Helen Chiang has been promoted to this role and report directly to me. Over nearly 2 decades at Xbox, Helen has helped build some of our most important businesses, from Xbox Live to leading Mong and Minecraft franchises. She will bring our business together under one operating model, making sure we make clear investment decisions, learn from our successes and failures, and hold ourselves accountable for results. And then thank you to Dave McCarthy, who's retiring after 17 years with Xbox. Dave has played a defining role in building the platform that millions of players rely on every day, and has been a trusted partner through many of the biggest moments in Xbox's history. We wish him all the best. These changes are about a bigger future for Xbox, not a smaller one. The next decade of gaming will be larger, more global, and more creative than anything we've seen before. This year, we'll invest as much in Xbox as we ever have. Really? Oh,
I don't know about that. 70 billion? I don't know about that.
really? Because what I just read says you're not doing that. Oh, okay. Fuck out of here.
Stuff, right?
So we'll invest with greater focus, greater discipline, and greater clarity, all in service of making Xbox where the world plays and creates. I want Xbox to be one of the few companies that entertains more than 1 billion people, every day.
These last 2 paragraphs are pretty brutal.
And gives everyone the opportunity to create and connect. I know we can achieve this goal. Xbox has many of the most beloved franchises in entertainment history that we don't do shit with. Talented studios across the world, and we will return to growth in 2027. History is full of companies that mistake longevity for inevitability. We will not be one of them. Signed off, Asha.
I don't remember the swear word being present in the original document here.
Yeah. Guys.
Some personal animosity. Stash, you got something to say, buddy? You might as well go first, man. You impassioned here. Let's go.
You know, it's just bullshit, dude. I don't think it takes a genius to be able to read between the lines and just see all the bullshit all over this. There is so much PR speak in here. It makes me sick. Again, I've talked about this working in corporate. I worked in corporate because I didn't like things in corporate. That's why I got into corporate, because I wanted to actually make things better and not continue doing bullshit like this. And look, I was like smiling and laughing at certain parts when I was reading this, because this is exactly what I said on the podcast like 2 years ago. None of these reports are out. but literally called how bad they were operating, saying they have severe mismanagement, organizational bloat. I mean, are you kidding me, dude? That's insane. 14 layers of management. You only have that if you have severe mismanagement. And I also mentioned that I feel like Microsoft operates like NASA, which is no departments talk to each other. And it's by design over there at NASA, right?
Mhm.
It shouldn't be like that here. Everyone should be working together, but they don't. It even said like we're fragmented. I find this so silly, you know, like we have the most beloved franchises, yet we canceled Perfect Dark. Yet we sit on Banjo Kazooie and don't do shit. We sit on Conquer and don't do shit. This is just feeding people loads of bullshit. And in my opinion, Asha believes that gamers are largely sheep, just like Sony does too. You'll take it. And if you don't, that's fine. We'll feed it to someone else because there's more sheep every day. This is what I read from this, is that she believes that gamers and the Xbox fan base are stupid, that they're low IQ. And, you know, I'm sure that there are some, right? And it's not all of them. It's not us. Not the people in chat. But that's what I take away from this. I think this is bullshit. It sounds like a pep rally. And I hate corporate pep rallies. They're just such bullshit at the end of the day.
How much money you want to bet that they had a pizza party after this?
They probably did, man, or ice cream social or some bullshit like that. Yeah, or they had someone go out and pick up Starbucks for everybody. You know, some
so funny.
feel good
Ice cream
thing.
social.
Yeah, and they wrote it off. And look, I just get sick of this stuff.
Celebrate good times. Come on. I was like 3,200 people just lost their job.
Right?
Yeah.
For real,
Yeah.
dude. Like working in mortgage, we had monthly awards, right? And you know, when I first started working there, we were very much like a startup. Loan Depot was a startup company. And obviously, as we all did good, the company grew exponentially. And then these monthly awards were like Wolf of Wall Street, but like times it by 2 or 3 in like every possible way, if you catch my drift. And I didn't like it, you know what I mean? Because the bigger we got, the more bullshit we got to, and the more cheerleaders we saw. And look, I'll be honest with you. Call me old school. I don't care. I will never, and you could say this is a flaw. Some would say this, and that's fine. I'll take it. I will never be a male cheerleader, ever. I will be real with you as a manager. I will keep it real. I'll be on your side. I will help you grow, but I'm never going to be a male cheerleader. I'm never going to get up there at an awards thing and do the things that people do and act like clowns. I just won't do that. When I read this, that's all I can think of is that, God, who's running this shit? This all sounds fine on paper. We're going to bring back the old franchises. What, are you going to resurrect Perfect Dark? You guys don't give a shit about that. They're just telling you what they want you to hear. I don't like any of this. I just know what she's doing, man. She's out and she's outsmarting people because I see people retweeting it. I see a lot of people eating it up. and then they're regurgitating it to their fan base. You know, influencers are eating it up and regurgitating it and getting behind it. And they're trying to give it that startup feel, like, hey, you're going to be part of this rebuilding with us because we're being transparent. We're keeping you in the loop. We're communicating. We're showing you our struggles. Fuck you guys. You're Microsoft. You're one of the richest companies in the world. Get out of here. You can't act like that.
Yeah,
But they're trying to, and they're gonna fool a lot of people. And it's upsetting.
To be
I'll
fair,
leave
this
it at
tweet this tweet probably went through 3 months of a team drafting, proofreading,
Probably.
changing, and edit. Yeah, it probably went through months of templates
And it
before
probably
they
went through
settled
their
on a good
AI
one.
model.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the AI model can help with future tweets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm gonna come in, as I think it needs to be done, because I think most of the reactions to this are gonna be pretty negative, because we all see between the lines. We see the corporate speak and the PR stuff. Someone's got to be a little bit of a devil's advocate. I'm gonna throw out there a couple of caveats. One, I don't have anything against Asha. I don't know her, right? And technically, as Stash said, it all sounds good. You never believe it, obviously, but it all sounds good. And I will just say this: until the lie is proven, I'll give her benefit of the doubt. Just because I don't just presume that everyone is a dishonest liar. Possibly, maybe she's gonna actually do what she says. I don't know. What I do know is 1,600 people lost their jobs on Monday. That's a fact. Fact. She said it herself. It's a fact. 1,600 people lost. 1,600 more are going to lose their jobs between Monday and the end of this fiscal year. I do understand that some of that was probably pushed by people above Asha, of course, because Microsoft had greater layoffs across the whole company. But a majority of those layoffs, the 4,800, 3,200, a majority of them are happening in the game division, their Xbox division, because they've rebranded everything under Xbox now, which is cool. I think that you see some of the reductions. The one that's really got people upset right now is id Software. It's a huge one. It's got a lot of people mad because they let go more than half the team, and seemingly, based on the reports, almost the entire programming team. Which, how can you make another Doom game without a programming team?
You can't.
Yeah, you can't. Now, it's possible that, here's the thing about restructures, because I do think there is a restructure going on, obviously. And I do think that I will give Microsoft one smidge of credit. Or maybe Asha, and this could all just be, I want to note, this is probably just for the look. But it doesn't change that it happened. They didn't close any studios. They let a bunch of studios walk. And one studio in particular getting to keep some actual pretty well-known IP, getting to keep it when they walk.
Prime.
It's a PR move. It's a total PR move. But it is still good, regardless of the PR move, that the studios are still around. A couple have new ownership. Some are going independent. That gives them the best shot to find their own way and find their own path to success. What sucks is the ones they kept and the staff they're reducing at those. That's the part that really hurts. And that's just a fact. Now, I will say that I do... Asha's post, I think, has some truth in it. All of these things always do. It's always seeds of truth. That's what makes it sound so believable to believe everything. There's always some seeds of truth. The 14 layers of management, yeah, I'm sure, especially after that acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, I'm sure that was handled extremely poorly internally, just based on how they've handled everything else. And by the way, all under Phil Spencer. And I've been an advocate for Phil Spencer. I think he's a good guy. Doesn't mean he always knew what he was doing. I think he had a clear vision. I don't know if he always had support from corporate for that vision, but in the end, we don't know. In the end, we just know under him and Sarah Bond, Xbox didn't really seem to ever recover from the fiasco with Don Matrick and the launch of Xbox One. They never really seemed to bounce back from that. Things just seem to get worse and worse. And again, Game Pass is something I've fervently defended in the past, and still think it's a decent value. But I knew there was no way Microsoft was going to commit the way Netflix did to lose money for 10 years to get it to be successful, because you need to take a loss to build the audience.
I don't think there's any world in which Game Pass would have been sustainable, to be honest with you. I mean, when you look at those reports that come out that says, we're exceptions, we're the hardcore audience, but you see those reports that talk about the average gamer buys 2, maybe 3 games a year. Why does that person need Game Pass?
So think about that. So the original vision for Game Pass wasn't to just be on Xbox, it's to be on everything all the time. And it was supposed to be, the way it was pitched was the Netflix of gaming. Well, the way Netflix did it, if you look at their strategies, they kept it super cheap for a decade and just kept putting more and more and more, and just losing shitloads of money while putting shitloads of content on it. And then the user base finally grew to a point that it tipped over, became profitable. They jacked the prices, became even more profitable, and then became this huge self-sustaining machine. That was the way Game Pass was originally pitched publicly. But they had no support from corporate. They couldn't keep the price down. They doing this to completely destroy day one console sales of games on their system. And while there are some publishers that maybe made some extra money from the deals with Microsoft, in the end, Microsoft didn't show the willingness to financially take massive losses to even give it a chance to get to that 100 million user base it needed to probably tip that scale into profitability. And then they could jack the price, and then you go from there. They didn't do that. They didn't follow Netflix's route, probably because corporate didn't really support what Phil Spencer wanted to do. That all being said, Xbox's failures are well documented, and they're usually been the laughing stock of the industry for a while because they just keep making dumbass decisions, or even when the good decision sounds good, they'll change their mind on it the next week, right? That's the way it was under Phil Spencer. I'm trying to be very clear here when I say this, because I see the corporate speak, I see the PR. The last couple paragraphs of her thing didn't really need to see that publicly.
Yeah, listen. Primal, I'm with you. I don't have a problem with Asha. She's barely been the face of Xbox. She's doing her job, until she's caught in a lie. I'm just
sure.
I'm letting it play out. But this is part of the job. I highly doubt this was written by her. I'm sure this was written by a full team. Good to go, Asha. Go ahead and give it the post, or that it's just auto post for her. Someone post for her. This is just how it's going to sound from any company. The reality is that the real text messages, we fucked up really bad. And because we fucked up, a lot of great people and great teams are suffering.
Are fucked.
And right now we're in a position where we got to try and unfuck not only ourselves, but each and every one of you. So we hope you stick around as we try and patch things up to the best of our abilities.
Yeah, I want to note something here. So some people didn't really do, a lot of people didn't really do their homework on Asha when they got hired. They just saw that, she worked at Microsoft's AI stuff. She's a big AI person. She knows nothing about gaming. She's not the right person for this job. If you actually look at her career, you see exactly why Microsoft put her here. It might have actually been the best person to attempt to save Xbox. And this is why I'm not going to dismiss everything she says until the bullshit comes that we all think is coming, because we're used to it from Xbox. But that was an Xbox under somebody else. Maybe it all was Phil Spencer's fault. Maybe with this thing where we blame upper corporate, maybe it really never was them. Maybe Phil just literally is a bad manager. And that is entirely possible. And when he's the guy at the top, that means everything below him is going to be a shit show. That said, we don't know behind the scenes stuff. What we do know is that Asha has a history of blowing up and saving companies and platforms. She literally did it with Microsoft. Obviously, has helping a startup kind of blow up with Microsoft that was not doing very well, and now has $1 billion valuation. She did it at Meta. She helped Instagram and Messenger blow up before they did. They were in trouble, and she helped them blow up and become what they are today. Instacart was in trouble for a while, and as COO, she helped come up with the product and design and marketing operations to turn that around and turn that into a profitable business. And then she came back to Microsoft, and that's what people all reference, the whole Core AI 2 years. Forgetting her entire career has been all about saving companies. That's all she's done. That's literally what she's known for. It's all she's done in the business world is save companies. So that being the case, that being her history, it's understandable why Microsoft, look at all these different roles. Think she had experience in fucking Instagram and Messenger at the time that she got hired there? No. She knows how to manage things well, I think, is basically the gist I'm getting from her career. She's really good at managing, but she might not always be the expert in the field. But sometimes the best people to manage are the ones that can recognize the smart ones. The smart ones that have the good ideas. And she seems to be, at least her career indicates, she is a person like that. She's a great manager who is really good at getting the right people, listening to the right people. Now, that all being said, and she might have a little runway because she's done it twice at Microsoft to help them save some project they had. I think Microsoft made the right hire based on her history to try to save the company. I don't trust Microsoft to allow her to enact all the changes she wants to do to save the company. I also knew there was going to be this eventually. There was going to be some layoffs. Microsoft's doing too poorly for there not to be more. Now, I'm not talking about the whole company. We know the whole company's fine, and most of their layoffs and the rest of the company are just because they're using AI. We know. But, you know, that's why I think there's some truth in what she said. Things like the teams are bloated. Yeah. AAA industry in general is bloated. And you know what that means? Layoffs. We've known this. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. There's more developers than we need for AAA. Now, it's not the developers' fault. It's the companies who, especially during COVID, decided to overinvest in shit they shouldn't have. So not entirely the developers' fault. And that's why you always feel bad for the people that lost their jobs. It's never typically their fault. I mean, obviously on an individual level, maybe they sucked at their job, but we don't know. But I think Asha, you know, as corporate as this is, and as much as she probably, I mean, she had obviously input and probably didn't actually type the words herself. I feel like in a situation like this, I'm willing, under new leadership, she's been there less than a year, to just let her do her thing. And we'll see what happens. I think Stash is entirely right that it's a smokescreen. And he saw a tweet I put up about this, like, hey, we'll wait and see. This all sounds really good, but is it really just a smokescreen for a sinking ship? And they're just hiding what's really going on because it's going to destroy what's left of their public goodwill. You know, they still probably have 30-something million people who bought an Xbox in the US, so they still do have a core audience. They don't want to fuck the pooch. And I will say, you know, some of the rumors out there are coming from some very reliable places that corporate is considering selling off Xbox. And Asha could obviously be there to prepare for that to happen. But in order to do that, you have to make Xbox attractive to someone to buy it. So there's still every reason for them to try to do everything they can to turn this around, especially the launch of Helix is going to be kind of that defining moment. Because look, I don't think Helix has a chance in fucking hell to be a serious in the market contender in terms of sales. But I will say this. That's what people said about Nintendo after Wii U. And while Nintendo is seemingly more resilient and obviously runs their business differently so that, you know, they weren't like in threat of going out of business or anything. We'll see. Maybe. And again, this basically, for me to have faith in Asha would have to be for me to say what I said about Phil Spencer, and that is to believe it's all his fault. That his management is what fucked this all up, and that's why I have hope that her management will fix it. Reality is we don't know because we don't work there. We haven't seen anything ourselves. We just hear the stories and see the reports. So for now, yeah, it sounds good. I don't believe any of it, but I hope she's telling the truth. And I hope that it works and that her actions back up her words. That said, there's some other bullshit in there. It's like that wouldn't be in there if they didn't know they were going to post this public. They knew they were going to post the email publicly. So there's some PR bullshit in there for the fans that like
it's premeditated.
You can kind of see between it, but as I said, it all outside the last couple of paragraphs that are a little wonky. It all sounds like I said this in a person to a person who's trying to dismiss her because of DEI stuff, which is something we've never done. We don't care about gender bullshit, right?
No.
And again, you look at her history, she certainly seems like, yeah, I'd probably consider hiring her to try to turn around a sinking ship. Like that's what she does. But I think that the Microsoft is pretty much fucked. And probably going to end up selling off Xbox and all the studios, and it's all going to get broken up, I think, here in the next 5 years, personally. But I don't want that to happen.
Oh, do I?
Especially with all the fuckery going on at PlayStation. I realize, guys, Xbox will not have physical games either. I'm well aware. This isn't me trying to argue for the physical game aspect. Neither system's going to have that. They're going to be glorified PCs. But it's just good for the market to have some sort of competition. Like, check out Sony with their variable pricing bullshit. You know what can stop that? Another platform like Xbox being relevant with the same fucking games, but keeping the price the same for all the consumers. Shit like that. There's nothing stopping Sony because there's no other competitor for the third-party game sales, like a serious one. So I just think it's, really important for market competition, and I want it to bounce back, but I don't believe it will. I think Ash is probably just doing her best to smoke screen a really shitty situation. And Stash would probably even agree with this. Ash will walk into a fucking shit show. Like, none of these problems are hers. She didn't create any of these fucking problems.
Yeah, 100%. I believe she walked into a shit show. Yeah, absolutely, dude. And
mine's everywhere.
If anyone's confused, I just want to make it clear that I am like 100% rooting for them.
Yeah. You want
I own
the
one.
positive thing she said about the hope for the future. Like, you want okay, fine. Yeah, I want that.
I have a disdain for PR speak.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I can spot it a mile away and I don't like it. But I get it.
Yeah. I mean, look, Microsoft is corporate of corporate. So like, yeah, it's gonna be pretty corporate when they communicate it, is what it is.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
but yeah, serious.
I hope that she's right. I'm trying. Guys, I've been giving her, like, I don't like console wars. I'm trying to give her all the benefits of the doubt because technically none of the mistakes were under her watch. And she has said, and so far the few actions we've seen enacted, she's walked the walk so far. The only real action so far you could probably point to being the reduction of price of Game Pass. She said it. She did it. She explained what she had to sacrifice to make it work. But it also was pretty obvious because Call of Duty is their biggest moneymaker and probably made fucking nothing on Game Pass anyways. So it's just the right decision. Instead of raising the price, it was always the right decision to just remove Call of Duty. Everyone thought it was weird that there's no way Call of Duty was going to stay on Game Pass. They thought that from the moment they bought the fucking franchise. So
yeah, they'll make more money now because of it.
So basically what I'm trying to say is I like what she's saying for the most part, besides for the PR portions, which corporate, it is what it is. It's just kind of par for the course. It's annoying to read when you've read a billion of it, but whatever. The brux of the message underneath does paint a clear direction for Xbox, and it's just it's really hard to believe that like Xbox has a clear direction. No, this is bullshit. That's what everyone's gonna think until it happens. So Asha, walk the walk. I hope Microsoft lets you walk the walk. I hope I hope that this is your true intent. You truly are committed. We've already seen a little. You know what? She's actually. See, maybe this is why I have a little bit of faith. It could just be because I want Xbox to bounce back. She also walked the walk when she talked about exclusive games. She already walked back a game from PlayStation and made it only Xbox in Gears of War. The PS5 version's done. They're just not going to release it. Now, again, guys, this is where you be careful. That's what the hardcore fan base wants to hear. But they want to see. They want to see it. This could all just be a gesture. This is why Stash says you got to be very careful. News hot CEO knows there's going to be bad news, tries to get some goodwill. It could all be a big manipulation. And I said that in one of my tweets, but it also might not be. And none of us want it to be. We want this to be, even if this fails, we all want to see the fight. We want to see Xbox Helix announced with like 2 or 3 banger fucking day one exclusives that just make our jaws drop. And we're like, oh shit. Am I fucking buying a Helix day one? Are you kidding me? Do I actually want an Xbox day one? No way.
Dude, I listen, I've said it many times. I want everyone to thrive. I'm a happy camper when the big 3 are thriving. It's what's best for us gamers. It's what's best for the industry, period. There's no other way to spin it. You want a healthy game industry with happy players. All 3 companies are thriving, kicking ass, making great games, making great hardware. And hell, it was up to,
I want them kicked in the balls.
Yeah, sure. And guys, if it was up to me, there'd be a 4th player still in the zone.
Sega.
And that'd be Sega, baby.
So, come back, Sega. The hardest time to come back with hardware, it's time.
I'm gonna be sad when I'm a senior, if I'm still around, knock on wood, when I'm a senior and basically it's just an app on our TVs that all of our games live on, a TV app with a controller.
Yeah, streaming. The streaming future.
Yeah, the streaming future.
When we were kids and you'd go to a hotel and they'd have a video game console there, but it was just like a controller.
Oh yeah,
do you remember that?
Like the free games on the they get little Dig Dug and that's all you get. It's like one game,
so
or like 1,001 controllers. Sometimes at some of those hotels.
It's good, guys. It's gonna be like that meme. I'm sure there's like 1,000 versions of it, but it's gonna be that meme where it shows the senior citizen. And it's like, when I was your age, we used to play games on consoles, and then the person's like, all right, grandpa, time for bed now. In response.
Yeah.
So, Eric, what are your thoughts on this as someone who's owned almost every Xbox? I think you skipped the Xbox One. Was the one you skipped, but I had that one.
Yeah.
So you still played it. So,
you guys hit on a lot of it. It's corporate speak. Hopefully it's a step in the right direction. Microsoft, it seemed like their idea for fixing any problems was just throw money at it. It'll fix itself eventually. Just see what spaghetti sticks to the wall, and hopefully it'll work. It seems to be now that they're actually putting together, hopefully, an actual game plan, and not just going to go out there, burn money to burn money because they have it, and pick up all these game dev studios to then just turn around and close them and not do anything with them. None of their games, none of their anything, just buy them to fold them. Hopefully that part's over. Hopefully they have an actual nice game plan. They actually stick to this game plan. And then hopefully that means in the future, there's less layoffs because there's less game studios closing because they're not spending their money wildly stupidly and stuff like that. One of my biggest issues with this, though, it was kind of really funny, though. It was like, where the hell was it? Oh yeah. And now the industry is facing the most severe hardware crisis in history. Motherfuckers, you guys are part of the fucking problem. Microsoft, you and your goddamn fucking AI buying up all these goddamn RAM chips. You're part of the fucking problem. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, but my Lord. I had to throw that one in there. I was like, that one got me. I'm like, you're part of the problem. You're causing it. So yeah, I had to throw that part in there.
Yeah. And she in particular worked at one of their AI teams.
Yeah,
So it's
right,
like, you know.
right. And I do have one more thing to say. They honestly, they kind of did miss with this coming out. They kind of did miss on a really, really good name for their next console. Instead of calling it Helix, they should have called it Xbox Restart.
Oh,
And
jeez.
I actually think it would have been actually really good way to go, because it's a restart on the Xbox, and then you can go Xbox 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
that's number one.
to begin with.
But by the way, Microsoft, if you really believe that you can pull off this success, I'll know by what you name the system, because the name of the system needs to set up a future for future systems. So
Right.
Don't you have filled in. All right.
Yeah. They should call it Xbox Forlorn Hope.
I mean, look, I'm not even
The
opposed.
Last
to-
Crusade,
just
since they got
calling
the
it
indie
fucking-
rights.
I don't even care if they just call it Xbox.
Yeah, right.
Just total brand reset. Fuck just Xbox. You can play
What if they
every
drop
game
the X?
ever released on any Xbox ever.
Cool.
And
There you go. Reset.
What if they drop the X?
just call it a box.
No, box.
Naming the Xbox 720 would get him the most amount of goodwill.
Oh,
Because
Yeah,
that's a fan
Yeah.
call back there. Yeah, one thing you can't say about Microsoft is they don't care about the fans, because they spend a lot of time talking to fans.
They do.
So I mean, at least the Xbox department does. Like they seemingly, and this is even true under Phil, they do seemingly actually care about their gamers, but like sometimes Microsoft a little too much. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, as an example, you had layoffs today, right? Or on Monday. You didn't need to have this giant planned corporate email release. Okay. Yes, a press release was probably going to be needed. And the press release could have a little bit of that corporate PR speak in it, which always is. But you didn't have to have like her come out like, oh yeah, I'm running Xbox, and here's what I sent to our internal teams. I'm like, yeah, you probably did send it to your internal team. I'm sure you're not lying. But like, there was a lot of communication with your internal teams, I'm assuming, before this fucking thing was sent. So the real communication. So it's like it's obviously just a whitewash for the public, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't have a vision. It doesn't mean she doesn't have a plan. It doesn't mean that she's not going to try to execute it. And it's just, we don't know if it's going to work. We don't know if she's lying. We don't know if Microsoft's going to let her do it. We don't know a lot of things. What we do know is what she says. And we do know that some of the things she says, she's already stood by. Whether that was to create a smokescreen so we believe her more, or whether that's just who she is, we're going to find out over the next couple of years heading into Helix. And if you hear me sounding a little more hopeful for Microsoft, it's because they're already down. They're already down pretty bad. Deservedly so. They're in the dirt. Like, we're talking about a company whose parent company is thinking about selling them off, and they might never make hardware again. I'm just noting that like Microsoft's in the shitter, so I'm trying to have hope. Trying really hard to have hope. PlayStation's different. I'll be hard on them right now because look, they might be right and they might be too big to fail, and that scares me. That like they could just treat customers like. We know all corporations just view customers as dollar signs, but you're never supposed to say it out loud. And you're never supposed to behave so consistently as if they're just checkbooks. Like, people act like Nintendo is that way. And yes, Nintendo is that way. They want your money, but at least they'll be nice to you about it when they ask for it. Sony is like, you know what Sony's reminding me of right now? She's like, when you see a chick, right, at the bar, and she's always dating all these hot guy losers. They're a bunch of fucking floozies and flakes, right? You see it all the time, and you're always just like, what is going on? What is that? That's fucking Sony. They know it don't matter how many people reject us. There's more. We're the hot thing on the street. We're the cool kid. We're the one everyone wants a taste of once. And guess what? There's 9 billion people, so we'll always get that next taste.
Eric.
It's like it's interesting to me because Sony is just they're so cocky I just want them punched in the nuts. I know this backlash they're getting right now feels like the nut punch. It's not a nut punch if their business isn't affected.
Right.
So I don't want them to go out of business. And I know Sony is a company that they can't have a Wii U generation. That would actually end PlayStation. I don't think you guys understand how that company runs. They can't have that sort of revenue drop off. They'd be fucked. They take on loans, lots of them intentionally, so they pay less taxes. They'd be fucked if they default on all that shit. So, no, I don't want them to have like a Wii U gut punch. Okay, they're not ran like Nintendo where they're a bit insulated from failure. But I do want them to be hit hard enough that they actually think about the decisions they make and maybe start to actually talk to your fucking fans with respect. Like you actually give a fuck that they are choosing to spend their hard-earned money on your shit.
If not for your fans, you don't have a business.
Exactly. And they are banking on the fact that Sony fans just aren't going to care how Sony treats them. We're going to be fine. And they could be right, and that scares me. Because that means PlayStation is the only company of the console makers that can quite literally do whatever the fuck they want, and no one's going to hold them accountable for it. And that sucks. Microsoft, they fuck up. Guess what? Their sales are down. Now they might be selling off the business. Nintendo, they fuck up. They have their worst generation ever. Consumers held those companies accountable for their fuck ups.
Mm-hmm.
Can we hold Sony accountable, please?
Mm-hmm.
We need to make them feel it a little bit. I'm not saying put them out of business, but we got to put some pressure on their fucking pocketbooks. But they're the number one revenue generator, and they don't think that's ever going to change. And they might be right, and that fucking scares me, man.
Mm-hmm.
To have a company knowing they can get away with fucking anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll see.
I'm going to do a little bit of Beetlejuice here, but I'm actually kind of curious how Rizky would have spun this to make it,
Oh, just go read Tripster's page.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
To be fair, I started reading Tripster again lately. I'm not responding to any of it, but I just wanted to see how he's spinning all this because I threw up a little post that called him out because I thought it was hilarious when the news came out. Just because Mike Tripster said that Sony would never do this, that they're the best place for physical over Nintendo. They would never get rid of physical. He was just saying this earlier this year, so it was fucking hilarious. Put that up, and now if you go look at all his posts, all of it's just a whole fucking. Just one after another, talk about how digital's better. That's what digital was. But that, dude, the way you change your tune, the moment that Sony does the thing you said they wouldn't do because you love physical, supposedly, and now I'm an all digital, big fucking savant. It's so much better than it's like, dude, Trister, can you fucking look? People call me a shill. I'm sorry. People like that literally have the company's cock and balls fully deep throated. Fully deep throated. I don't know where the cream is even going at that point. It's just fully deep throated. So that to me is a shill. I'm someone that literally just called out Nintendo today. I don't know if I've ever seen Tripster say one negative thing about Sony. So I just pointed that out because that's the only part about this that I've been having fun with the last week as a Nintendo fan is all the Sony ponies that have been fucking riding Nintendo's ass ever since Switch 2 was, had the April Direct last year. Ever since then with the prices and the drop the price and the fuck Nintendo and the game key cards, the worst thing fucking ever. Now your favorite company just fucking made Nintendo's decisions look like a fucking scratch on the fucking wall.
I'm pretty sure
Tripster are fine. Those ones are okay.
I'm pretty sure Tripster's a parody account.
Yeah, it's so bad.
It has to be parody.
So bad.
You would hope.
The level of cope from some of these is guys, you blasted Nintendo for things that were literally just factually not as bad. I'm going after game key cards. They're going to end physical. Well, Sony literally ended physical. Isn't that worse? No. Nintendo's worse. Fuck game key card. I'm like, oh my god. Dude.
Oh no. Remember what I said? Sony just started the downfall of physical. Nintendo be the one that'll actually kill it off because they'll be the last ones holding on to physical.
Oh, my favorite is how Nintendo invented You know, the whole game key card situation, as if game key discs didn't exist back on PlayStation 4. You know what the difference is? I've said this many times. And this is why fans are so loyal to Nintendo. Nintendo just told us about it honestly up front and slapped it on the fucking box so consumers won't be fucking confused about what's a normal physical game and what's a key card. And yes, we all know some consumers will still get confused. They probably still won't give a shit, especially if they're coming from other platforms because they're so used to installs anyways. But I'm just pointing out that, like, this is funny to me. And this has been maybe the only entertainment I'm getting out of this is just watching all of these fanboy accounts that have been attacking Nintendo just scramble and just come up with the most dumbass fucking excuses for why this is good for us, why we want this. It is so hilarious to watch because this is the most amount of backlash I've ever seen a video game company get. Like, guys, I want you to explain something to you. We just had 3,200 industry layoffs get announced on Monday. It's pretty fucking dog shit. It's Thursday and people are all still talking about Sony because of how bad this is. Layoffs? Well, Sony does that too. So like, it's not like they're immune from that too. So like the layoff story, look, we've been getting layoffs forever, right? It's like every fucking week there's more layoffs. Yes, this was a pretty fucking big batch and maybe the biggest batch in one day, but it's from one company. But it's like, dude, this is funny. This is funny. I think this is all hilarious. And you know what? Here's where I get called a Nintendo shill forever. Look, guys, I get to spend my days talking about video games, right? That's what I get to do for a living, whether it's on X, whether it's on my YouTube channel, wherever, right? I talk about video games. It's fun. I converse with the fans. You guys love it or hate it. After dealing with all of this shit from those fanboys over the last year, I'm just... Nintendo's pretty pro-consumer right now, aren't they? I just gotta throw out that, like, Nintendo doesn't look so bad, do they? Game key cards, not so bad. When the other people are just not gonna have physical at all. Hey, Nintendo Switch Online service is so terrible. Yeah. Except now it seems to be the most secure as PlayStation keeps getting hacked all the time. Meanwhile, Nintendo's just rolling around talking about cows and Mario Kart on social media. As if nothing's happening. As if the whole industry doesn't feel like it's on fire. Except for Nintendo that's just sitting back reminding everyone what's going on with Splatoon Raiders. Hey, by the way, we got a game coming out in a couple weeks. You know? If you guys want to remember why we're in this industry to play games, you know, just remind you. Like, it is crazy what's going on out there. So, like, look, Nintendo is obviously in a very good place, but this is one of those things where all Nintendo had to do was do nothing. That's what a lot of people say. But I think it's actually more than that. I don't think it's just that Nintendo did nothing. It's how they did the things that they've been doing. It's just how they run their business. They just believe in a different strategy. And everyone else went a different direction and they're paying for it. I've talked about this before. All these AAA studios that got all these layoffs, they all bet in the same direction.
Always have.
What companies aren't struggling right now? Well, Capcom and Nintendo. Capcom hasn't had layoffs since 2018. And in 2018, that's because they closed the studio to bring the games internal to Japan because it was a Western studio. And then they immediately hired more people. And they've actually grown. They're one of I think 3 AAA companies to actually grow in staff over the last 10 years. Nintendo being another one. So now you might go, really? Over the last 10 years? Only, yeah, because all the layoffs. Because they all bet in the same direction. So this sucks. It all sucks. Consumers are getting boned from all angles. It is what it is. Video game industry is expensive on top. And I'm going to feel sad that I do feel by the time we get to Switch 3, I think there's going to be people that are watching this podcast right now that just won't be able to afford the game anymore. And I think that sucks. the way the industry's going in that way. At least the game the way that you've been used to gaming for a huge chunk of your life, you know, where you buy the system, you buy the games, you know, the games start creeping up, start becoming $100, $150. Consoles are now 1,000 plus. Switch 3 comes out and shit still fucks, and now it's an $800 system. Of course, at that point, I think Nintendo might just keep Switch 2 going for, you know, a bit longer to try to get past that hump to not launch an $800 system. But you don't know where the economy's going. You don't know, this could all get worse. Like everyone just assumes in 5 years after that contract with Micron ends, everything's going to get better, or it could get worse. We don't know that we're at the peak of the worst of this yet. We could still be climbing the summit. So it sucks. And as advantageous as this is becoming for Nintendo, is they're becoming the only, I don't want to say affordable, but the cheapest option on the market that offers the most user choice for purchasing games, besides PC, of course, obviously. Yeah, this is just fucked. It's fucked. The fact that in September, I'm saying a $500 console is the cheapest current generation system in the market. Fucking insane.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, a system that, hey, you know what? I can't pretend anymore. Nintendo is launching another $80 game in Fire Emblem, so they're clearly going to do more $80 games. It's $70 digitally. I get that. Blah blah blah. Mario Kart World would be $70 digitally today too if it launched today. Kind of surprised Nintendo didn't retroactively apply that $10 discount to previously released games, but maybe I'm not, because they're greedy bastards, right? Fuck them all. All right, guys. We're gonna move on to our next topic. All right. So you guys didn't know we let that topic go for a while because we really only had 2 scheduled topics tonight, and that was a really, really big topic. It's the whole fucking industry, right? But now we get to bring it back to Nintendo, right? We're a Nintendo show. And one thing happened over this last week, and that is the future of Nintendo Switch. Nintendo announced a positive thing. They are attempting something in Europe. They are attempting to add a feature to NSO, right? To give people free shipping on stuff they buy on the store and on the My Nintendo store. I think that's really cool. I think that's great. And I hope that comes worldwide. So positive. On the flip side, Nintendo announced that they are doing battery revisions because they have to, right? EU is forcing all electronics, all consumer electronics to have battery replacement. Like you can be able to use or replace with basic tools you have at home. Doesn't necessarily need to be the most easiest thing to get open, but it can't be like special tri-wing screwdrivers can't be required. Shit can't be glued down. The clips. Reasonable person at home that isn't like the most handy could take apart the device and replace the battery without harming themselves. Okay. We don't know how Nintendo is handling that aspect of it. We just know they're going to, because they announced the Switch 2 console, the Switch 2 Joy-Cons, the Switch 1 Joy-Cons, the Switch 2 Pro controller, the N64 controller, and the GameCube controller are all sometime between October and February next year getting relaunched in Europe with new versions that have user replaceable batteries. Again, you're probably not going to see like design changes. It's going to look identical, but you might see a few changes. Like maybe the stickers on the side now have holes that you can actually get to the screws now, so you don't have to ruin the sticker. And like you might see you might notice a couple changes like that. But for the most part, it's not going to be a thing most consumers are going to notice or care about it, because it doesn't really matter until you need to replace your battery. That's when you'll notice, oh, hey, this is easier than prior electronics were to open. Cool. Now, in that news, and it was easy to overlook because it was in the Q&A section on the article at the bottom. It's on Nintendo's website. You notice that when you look at the list of items, they have the Switch 1 Joy-Cons as getting replaced with new ones, right? So they are doing user replaceable batteries in Switch 1 Joy-Cons. So they're still having to have Switch 1 Joy-Cons to buy. But you didn't see the Switch console, the Switch 1 console listed. Kind of weird. So in the Q&A section, they said, hey, Switch 1 console is not listed. What's going on? Yeah. What's going on is they're not making it anymore for Europe. As of February of 2027, Nintendo Switch will no longer be sold to retailers in Europe. and they will no longer sell it directly on their store. So they are done selling in Europe. Now, this is because I think it's natural for most people to assume that Switch 1 sales in Europe are probably not like fantastic right now. And comparing that to having to do a whole new retooling on a 10-year-old platform for 3 different systems, a light, a regular, and OLED, well, you already have your manufacturing locked into that and have had it locked in for a decade. And it's your previous platform. I think it's just a matter of it just isn't worth the investment to them to retool. But it is for Switch 2 because obviously there's a lot of years ahead. And I do think the retooling for Switch 2 has a chance to bleed over into all Switch 2s at some point next year. Because why would you just retool one line? Retool them all. Give us all user replacement. That's what I hope anyways. Not officially announced or confirmed yet. But yeah, I do think that this is a very interesting situation. But what it really brings up is the future of Switch. Because this kind of feels like the first domino falling of the year. I mean, the first domino is the launch of Switch 2, but next domino is one major territory is no longer going to be offering to sell it anymore. And that's happening as of next year. So, now that one of the 3 primary territories for Nintendo to sell their systems will no longer be carrying the Switch 1, it feels like it's the beginning of the end. So, do we still think it could possibly pass PlayStation 2? Because that's what some people just care about the sales right now because they want to see that happen. And when do we think they're going to kind of like how much longer do we think software is going to be coming? And when exactly do you guys think they're going to sunset this in other territories? Because I mean, this is the first one, and it's obviously being done, because they're forced to revise a design that isn't selling well enough for them to care to invest in that. But what do you guys think about the rest of the world? Japan, we have exact numbers for all the time every week. So what do you guys think?
I think it's going to continue to remain on the market in the US till at least 2028. And, Nintendo was already looking at India. Talked about that on the podcast here. And I think there's a massive, massive opportunity in India. But the thing is that the opportunity just got greater because of Sony, because of what they did. Because they need physical games in India, because the internet is absolute crap, right? So, again, PlayStation India didn't know anything about not doing physical. They were trying to work with retailers in India to get more retail space for Sony. Meanwhile, Sony is given the reason to no longer even do that. So if I'm Nintendo, I'm taking the Switch over to India. I've talked to you guys about this before. When I was at Loan Depot, I managed Source Point Mortgage, which is a complete offsite company. So I had about a little over 700 employees, from entry-level position to the owner, that all report it to me. They found out that I love video games. They saw in my office, right? I had NBA Jam in my office, the arcade game. They view Nintendo as like the crown jewel of video games. But they haven't really had any experience with it. They're like, this is just what we keep hearing. Like, we really want to play it. It's very hard to get anything Nintendo in India because you have to go through the gray market. So, long story short, man, it's fine if you don't sell it here anymore. Europe, I totally get. Makes total sense. I think they should cut it off here probably right after holiday 2027. Sounds about right. Maybe that's too long. We'll see. But I think given the state of the economy, I think some people would appreciate a lower entry point into Nintendo, into the world of Nintendo. And once that's over, bring it on over to India, sell that. You'll blow past the PlayStation 2. Done deal, man. Case closed. There's your path to success. And it will blow past it if it goes to India. It'll annihilate it. Easy money. Done, man. Done. Hit the button. Hit the staples that was easy button. Hit it. That's it, man. Party's over. It's closing time. It was the knockout punch. Come on. Who's up next?
Oh my god. It was kind of the knockout punch.
I wanted that to go on for like 10 more minutes.
I was gonna sit here in silence and just see what happened. All right, Birdman, what are you thinking on this?
Yeah, I agree with Stash. I think that it's at least gonna go through till 2028 that they'll still be selling Switch ones. I'm sure we'll see titles sprinkled here and there. I don't know the logistics and all the details behind India. I know that's something Stash has talked about before. I think that makes a lot of sense. Releasing the Switch in a new region. Yes, that's gonna blow past the competition. And how much did Switch One go up in price? Was it $50? $100.
Yeah, I think it was the OLED that went up 50.
It was just the OLED. Gotcha. Okay.
I believe.
Yeah. I don't know. I think obviously if they could bring that price down as well somehow, obviously that's going to make a huge difference. But yeah, at least through at least until 2028, at least another year and a half almost of Switch One sales, I'm sure.
It's $339.
$339.
What's the light going for?
I thought they raised it to 300. I can't. Well, maybe they did. Maybe it was 240. I'm trying to remember. I haven't looked at these prices in so long.
$229.
Yeah,
$229. I don't know what the. I have to look into it. I'm almost positive, if I recall, in India that a lot of family lives together. Space is limited, which would, of course, give the Switch Lite a real opportunity to take off as well. Because if people don't have, they might have one TV.
You said it's $229 for the Switch Lite?
Yeah.
Man, if they could knock that price down to like $179, they would sell like hotcakes.
Well, I'm on Google and GameStop says $169, but I know as soon as I click on that, it's going to say it's used. Liars.
Yeah.
Liars.
Yeah, it's not the new price. It's always the
I
used
know.
price first. Everyone knows if you guys ever do Google and you see GameStop, you're always seeing the used price first. That's why it looks so cheaper. I'm like, that's how they get you. That's how they make their profits. By the way, nothing wrong with buying used. It's fine. And GameStop does have a warranty, so if it's fucked when you get it, they'll give you a new one. But it's still a crapshoot when you're buying used. So, but you save money. It's going to be something a lot of people are going to be considering, I think, over the next handful of years, is trying to buy secondhand. Yeah, I'll just throw out for the future of Nintendo before we get to Eric. When it comes to Switch One, is I kind of agree that I think it's going to have indie game support probably for like another 5 years, if not longer. As long as people are there to buy, there'll be indie games that are releasing. But Nintendo themselves, I've been on record saying I don't think they're going to release any more games themselves on Switch One after this year. And I still believe that. I still kind of think that they're not like the other companies. They really do believe that like the best foot forward is put our exclusive games on our new platform. And that's how we make this thing successful. And you don't do that by, putting games on Switch One, regardless if you guys think the games can run on Switch One. Nintendo believes in software selling systems. Now, it makes sense for them to still have some Switch One games while they're transitioning, but I think, by the time they get to 2027, they're not really viewing it as a transition anymore. Because at that point, based on, I mean, the current trajectory, it'd be 40 million install base. Let's be more realistic. They projected like 15 million or so. So let's say they hit their projection. Okay, so they'll be about 35 million. At that point, they view that as, okay, we have a base that will buy stuff and we'll sell a lot of copies. That's what they view that as. So, yeah, we don't need Switch anymore to create those sales at that point. So that's why I kind of feel like 2027 they'll be done with the games. And yeah, sometime in 2028, I think I could see the announcement of them either being done with manufacturing, or if they're not, it's because there's been some sort of breakthrough where they were able to reduce the prices. So Gamebird talked about the price reduction stuff, and I would love to see that happen. It is not happening in this current climate. But say we get to 2028 and somehow maybe the RAM the Switch One uses in particular just somehow hits discount bins or some shit, and Nintendo can now like massively drop the price. And you get Switch Lite down to $100. You discontinue one of those Switch versions, maybe keep the OLED around, but you get able to drop that thing down to 300. Suddenly you've got a couple budget options there now that can help out for people that can't afford Switch 2. And there's that whole Switch One library, which should keep them happy for a bit. And that might help Nintendo with their evergreen sales of Switch One games. Meanwhile, their primary consumer base is already moving ahead with Switch 2. So Nintendo has an opportunity to really take huge advantage of what's happening in this industry. But again, a lot of that advantage, because it's affecting them too. So like we can't assume they can reduce the prices of Switch One. That's why I do think Switch One will ultimately probably just go out of production at some point in 2028. Now, in terms of passing PS2, I do think they will have enough units manufactured to pass PS2. Question just is if they'll sell. That I don't know. I assume over time, probably. I mean, look, PlayStation 2, we've known for decades how many systems. Well, I shouldn't say decades, I guess. Technically 2013, because they were selling that fucking thing until 2013. But we've known since then, because Sony published it, the final PlayStation 2 that was ever made was published. And so and on the plaque, it tells you exactly how many PS2s were manufactured. So that is the maximum number of PlayStation 2 sales that could be. There's no more PS2s. That is the maximum amount they made. That comes directly from Sony. So we've known that maximum amount this entire time, despite it saying 155 million plus. So I don't think it's wild to think like, oh, Sony made up numbers and added 5 million. We joke about it, but technically that number just matches their manufactured number. And yeah, there is probably a likelihood that almost all of those systems, Sony probably got paid for all of them. They probably all got bought. Most likely, that's the most likely outcome, is they all got bought. So yeah, I don't think they're lying about that number like some Nintendo fans think. I think it's just, Sony just didn't think it was important to update it because they didn't care, because there was nothing close to it. And then it was very obvious Switch was going to pass 155 million in sales, and they're like, okay, yeah, maybe let's put the real number out there, because Sony apparently does care that they have that top spot for as long as possible. But no, they're not going to invent 5 more million. They can't, because we already know the maximum. That they would, then everyone would know they're lying, one way or another. They either lied back in 2013 or they're lying today. Either way. Then again, Sony just said they don't care about talking to their fans and communicating with them. We don't give a fuck. Okay, they didn't say that. That's Jason Schreier's report saying that's their attitude. I just happen to believe the report. So yeah, future of Switch One. I think we're at the end. I really do. We're not going to have the final farewell, of course, until the moment they stop making it altogether. And then maybe we'll do a nice retrospective episode on all of our favorite memories of Switch One. Oh, yeah. I think that's been long overdue. We kind of went over a little bit of it when Switch 2 was coming out, but we never really fully deep dove, because we always knew Switch 1 was still going to be relevant, still going to be around. We shouldn't act like it's dead. But when it does actually hit we're done making it stage worldwide, okay, now we got to talk about all of that stuff, what it means to us, everything. And maybe even give the final review for the whole platform, because that's the best time to really know it's over. So yep, it's judging now. I actually give full final judgment which I've never actually done on a system before. So that'll be fun. That'll be fun conversation to think about the whole thing in totality compared to all the other systems I played. How do I rank it? What do I judge it as? I'll be a fun conversation. But hopefully we're not having it for many, many years. It'd be sweet if they're still making this shit in 2030 because it keeps selling. Good for Nintendo. At that point, they'd be probably flying ahead of PS2 at that point. They'd probably be 165 million or some shit. Like, then we're talking nothing's touching Switch, you know? Cool. Eric, what are your thoughts on Switch 1, the future?
Part of me, I understand keeping it around for a budget option, but at the same point in time, part of me thinks that the reason why PS5 is probably not doing as well as it probably could be is because Sony kept the PS4 around for so long, and they made games for both consoles for so long. It's just you know, what was the point of needing to go up to a PS5?
Yeah, what was the point?
Yeah,
I don't know. What was the point? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, what was the point? I mean, do you have all the games you put on a PS4 too?
Do you need to change your pants over there or something, buddy? I'm just curious.
Why? What?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
I know that wasn't.
I'm just reading the headlines.
That wasn't me that sent that.
I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't, but the one who sent it is over there doing some business.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. God.
Anyways.
Yeah. So it's one of those that I don't want to. I kind of don't want to see Nintendo going in that direction either, where they kind of, hold the Switch one around for so long that it's detrimental to, people actually going to the Switch too.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at with that. It's yeah.
Damn.
I see, like I said, I see it keeping it around for a little bit, but it's gotta come to an end at least sometime soon. In my thought. If they keep it to 10 years, sure.
Yeah.
After that, it's in order to keep moving forward, you gotta cut it off.
Pause.
How you doing?
You gotta keep it going. You gotta cut it off.
Yep. Hey, I'm just trying to make Jake proud. Jake's in chat, so
that is a Jake Randall comment if I've ever heard one.
Yes,
except that was totally unintended. That's all I know about it. Okay. That being said, guys, do you have anything else we want to talk about tonight, or should we jump to the Q&A stuff? You guys got any specific gaming topics you want to talk about? Anything Nintendo? What's going on? Anything at all?
I mean, we never got to. I'm sure you covered this on your channel, Prime. We never got to touch base last week. I think we ran out of time on Metroid rumors.
Sure.
I mean, we could give quick thoughts on those.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll throw it out there. There's some Metroid rumors. Okay. The funny thing is, one of them's not a rumor. Metroid Ravenous was leaked by Nintendo of America. And it was a rating. It was a weird thing. It's like a ratings board leak, but like the ratings board themselves wasn't the one leaking it. It was Nintendo screwed up like a communication thing, and boom, it ended up public that Metroid Ravenous is rated, and it's like, oh shit, what the fuck is Metroid Ravenous? So Nintendo leaked this new Metroid game out there. We don't know if it's coming this year. We don't know when it's probably could be a next year game. Maybe this is a surprise shadow drop in August. We don't really know, right? That's what we were talking about here. But there's also rumors out there of another Metroid game. This one being more of a remake, side scrolling. It's supposed to be like pixel art style for I think Metroid 2.
Super Metroid.
Super Metroid. Yeah. So That's what's kind of floating out there. Obviously, the one from Nintendo. I mean, that's just legit. It's Nintendo. So maybe we should start with that. Metroid Ravenous. What the fuck is this? And are you guys excited for this? A game we know
always excited for Metroid.
Yeah, very excited. I believe it's the next in line from Dread, the sequel.
Yep.
And yeah, it's pretty obvious. Yeah. And Super Metroid is next in line for remake.
Gosh.
They did Zero Mission. They did Metroid 2 Return of Samus on 3DS. Super Metroid is next. I do expect both. And I still expect Prime 1 through 3 on Switch 2.
Listen, if we get Super Metroid remake, I know this won't be the case, but hear me out. Because most likely it's going to have a more modern aesthetic. But man, if they rebuilt Super Metroid in it with a from the ground up HD 2D art style that has those beautiful purples and blues and oranges with like the lighting effects and stuff, God almighty, that would look so freaking awesome. I know it'll probably get more of a Dread stylization, which is totally cool because Metroid Dread is beautiful. Absolutely love that game. But I do think it would be cool. Yeah, I agree with Stashman. I think Ravenous is going to be a follow-up to Dread. It makes the most sense. Dread is, correct me if I'm wrong, the most successful Metroid game to date. I believe it got multiple nominations, very highly rated, critical acclaim. And man, that game is so good. If they build off of what makes that game great and takes this into an even more epic, from what I've seen with these leaks and rumors surrounding this, is it sounds like it's going to be an even more intense experience than Dread, which I think is really exciting.
Yeah, to me, Dread was kind of like a playground for them to come back, the side-scrolling Metroid, and make sure that the Mercury Steam is the right choice, and we got some good stuff. And Ravenous, I think, is now, okay, they probably gave him the faith to let him kind of go ham and see what they could do. But we'll see. I mean, there's also been, I won't ignore this, Mercury Steam has had some turmoil, a little bit of turmoil the last couple of years. Sure. You have to wonder if that affected anything here. But yeah, like Ravenous is something I'm really excited for. Natural presumption is it's another side. It's a side scroller, right? Because we just had Prime 4, and as far as we know, there's not 2 3D Metroid teams out there, only one. So I'm assuming it's side scroller. I'm assuming it's a follow up to Dread. It might not be when I say follow up, guys. I'm not saying like a direct sequel, because Dread technically was supposed to be the end of the story of the original Metroid games. Technically, whether it actually is, I guess we'll find out when the next one comes out. But I could see them maybe starting a new story arc, and getting to mess around with all that lore stuff all over again. So it'll be interesting to see. And obviously, Metroid Dread was the most successful, highest selling, 3 million seller, highest selling Metroid game ever, and was nominated for Game of the Year at Jeff Keighley's Game Awards. So
this game doesn't necessarily have to be made by Mercury Steam. I'm losing my ability to speak. I think I may have had a stroke tonight. This game does not have to have been made by Mercury.
Joke about that at our age.
Don't joke about that.
I'm like 5 years ago, maybe we could do it. I'm like, I'm 40 now. I'm still sure. That's right. I forgot. You're still a youngin' in your 30s. Fuck off. You can joke about it. Fuck you. All right, moving on.
I've got high cholesterol, so I never know. Like anytime I think I'm smelling burning toast, I'm always like, uh-oh. But it's usually always toast burning.
Turn around like,
from one of the kids.
Your wife's over there just making toast. Don't worry about it.
Or any strange smell. Do you guys smell sushi? Maybe I'm having a stroke. I don't know. Anyways, what I'm getting at is that the game doesn't necessarily need to be made by Mercury Steam. We've seen Nintendo make some interesting choices with dev studios. And what projects they take on. I don't think anyone was picturing Velen Studios would be handling the Star Fox remake. So who knows who they could go with for this? Yeah, maybe it's Mercury's team. Like you said, they've had some troubles, but you never know. Could be Grezzo. Maybe Grezzo's doing it.
Mercury team's behind one of them. If they both exist, they got to be behind one of them.
Sure.
And that gets to the other one, like pixel art. Super Metroid.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Dude, Super Metroid is so pretty today in its 16-bit glory. That's why I'm like, man, if they did an HD 2D version of that with like the lighting and stuff and like the depth of field with the 2D background, oh God.
To me, this tells me that they want to preserve the art style because they know it's aged like a fine wine. Super Nintendo era to me has aged like the final era of animated movies, right? The late 80s, early 90s, like Little Mermaid, Aladdin. Before we went into CGI, before we like went into Toy Story and A Bug's Life, it's where it was just perfected. That's the Super Nintendo, right? Like, that is the beauty of it. You can go back to it today. Yeah, I think I told you guys, I played A Link to the Past a few years ago. Played it on the projector in surround sound. And dude, it was just like, man, this is so good. It's timeless, man. It looks beautiful today. So when I heard that the graphics were going to be pixel, right? I was like, again, they get it, right? Star Fox on Switch 2. The art style, they get it. Like, it perfectly encapsulates the promotional artwork for the original Star Fox. It's like they took it and brought it to life. So I'm really excited for this pixel art. And also, I don't know about you guys, but I do believe we're going to get a Link to the Past remake.
Don't F with me, Stash.
I totally, this is, these are obviously, they're all my own thoughts, but I really believe we're going to get it. Just like I always believe we're going to get Ocarina of Time. I really believe we're going to get A Link to the Past. But knowing that they're going to stick to the pixel art tells me that they respect that. They respect Star Fox. Peers, based on the little bit that we saw, really respect the art style of Ocarina of Time. I'm really excited to see how that vision will turn out for A Link to the Past. I really do believe we're getting that. It's exciting.
Oh yeah.
It's like all the best parts of childhood are coming back, dude.
Awesome. Okay. Eric, you got any thoughts on any of this?
I mean, I don't play Metroid at all, but I am definitely happy for those that do. And
you can fix that problem.
Yeah, I can fix that problem. Yeah. No, definitely.
You need me to digitally lend you Dread?
No, but no, I'm definitely happy. I'm always excited to see new games in a series that hopefully it'll come out good. You never know. But yeah, no, I'm excited for Metroid fans. It's kind of where I'm at with that.
Wouldn't mind if they announce this and it's a December release and we get to play it at PAX.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, I've been thinking about
That'd be
PAX
wild,
a lot.
dude.
I know
what's
you
gonna be there.
wanted to make a topic. I'm like, yeah, Stash really wants to talk about it. I'm like, it just feels like maybe wait till we're a little bit closer. We have a little bit more company confirmations.
Well, the list is coming. The list is coming soon. Like,
It's not here yet. I'm waiting for that list. And then
Tokyo Game Show list I saw today was,
Yep.
I think, pretty much out. And that's after PAX.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that's, not in the US. So you got to make plans way ahead of time to go out there.
Yep.
But there's obviously companies from Japan and Europe that are traveling to Seattle. Even at Summer Game Fest, you have people from all over the world. So I got to imagine that list is coming out soon. From what I heard, the latest it's going to come out is the last week of July. Absolute latest. But like Square Enix is going to be at Tokyo Game Show.
Hell yeah.
And which makes me wonder, okay, so you got some stuff to show. Well, you wonder if you'll be at PAX because they weren't at PAX last year.
Right.
They were there, obviously, with Nintendo.
Wow. Yeah.
But that was the only capacity they were in. So nobody saw Square Enix on the show floor. So it gives me hope that they might be going to PAX 2. Like they might be making their rounds because they got something to promote. Remember, all year is the 40th anniversary for Dragon Quest. Right?
Mhm.
They got a lot of stuff to talk about.
That's
exciting.
like,
All I know-
I can't wait to see that list.
All I know is I really hope Stash is able to work some magic again this year as far as playing some Nintendo stuff like last year, because that was such an amazing experience that I didn't think I was going to be a part. Like don't get me wrong, I was so grateful to be at PAX and be in the Nintendo booth early and trying Pokemon and Kirby. But that experience that I got to have was not something I was expecting going into the show. And it's just such a better setting to experience games. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was so much fun. Like it was really nice. There were seating, couches. You don't have anyone bumping into you. The noise level was great for recording.
Yep.
It had coffee, snacks, baked goods. I don't know what else. I didn't need anything. I was in the zone. We all were.
I had a couple
I was just like,
cookies.
just give me the caffeine.
What it was?
Black coffee, baby.
I was eating one of the cookies while playing a game. I'm like, okay. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm giving you typical gamer attitude. I've only been walking the show floor for 6 hours. Give me a break. I need some sugar in me quick.
I think we'll definitely be able to do the same thing this year.
That'd be awesome.
I really do.
I want to ask, did anyone have any extra thoughts on Metroid? Because I want to pop maybe a really quick side topic outside of Metroid, unless anyone has any thoughts.
Well, I'm good on Metroid.
All right. This is a question from fan of the show, Boo Mini, who we all got to meet at PAX last year. She wanted me to ask this for the crew. And I think it's a really great question too. Gamebird, could you guys quickly discuss if you think Ocarina of Time remake rumor of the game being $60 is an indication that the game is not going to be as good as if it were $80?
Yeah. Boo Mini asked me that in chat too. If I was this exact question. And yeah, no, I'm not concerned. So the price came from PlayAsia. Games are cheaper in Japan. So I will wait to see, of course, what the actual price is here in the US. But it doesn't bother me that it's priced at. It doesn't make me concerned or worried that the scale or scope of the remake could potentially not be like massive. And again, we don't know what the actual price is because it's the listing on PlayAsia. We've seen listings go up before where I've seen it for several decades. I don't know about you guys. Maybe it's just the psycho in me. But I used to go to like Toys R Us website and search for games. And I would try to find games that like weren't listed. I forget how I did it. But I used to be able to find games that weren't listed. And I remember learning how to do it in like a message board. It was something you had to type in the web address back in the day. I forget, dude. Like this was a long time ago. I can't remember. Can't believe I even remember that. But point is that I used to see listings, right? That were placeholder listings all the time that other people did not see. And the prices were never right. But even when you have placeholder prices now, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not. So it's just not something I'm going to think about, worry about. I trust that Ocarina of Time is in very good hands with Nintendo, and whatever they deliver is going to be what they deliver ultimately, right? Me worrying is not going to change anything. They won't even know that I'm worrying. It's not like they're going to be like, "Hey, Steve's worrying. We want to increase that scope a little bit, so he doesn't have to worry about it." Nobody cares how I feel, right? It's inconsequential is my point. Like it's a waste of energy, time, space, focus on something else. And when it gets here, I mean, I'm ready. My body is ready for it right now.
I agree with you, Sash. I look at it like this.
Good question.
You gotta wait for Nintendo to make that reveal. We don't really know anything about Ocarina of Time remake. Here's what we do know. Currently, with everything we've seen and heard, worst case scenario, you're getting the best looking, the best sounding, and the best playing version of one of the greatest games ever made.
Great.
That's worst case scenario. So I wouldn't worry about it. There could be way more to this remake than any of us know. I feel like if it was really just a bare bones 1-to-1 kind of Star Fox deal, and I wouldn't even call Star Fox bare bones because it added so many cinematics, both the prologue and all the in-between cutscenes, the voice acting, the character building. But let's just call that one a bare bones. If that were the case, they could have Star Foxed us and just given us tons of footage and set up exactly what this is. I think the fact that they're holding it close to the chest means that there's going to be more to this. And I think voice acting, we had voice acting in Star Fox 64. Voice acting being teased. This nice, really cool prologue with what might be the Deku Tree or the King of Hyrule speaking. Who knows? So I'm expecting some twists and turns along the way. I don't know how epic they will go, but I know the music was absolutely stunning. I think the visuals look great for the little snippet we saw. We'll have to see how the world and characters and bosses look. But I think, again, worst case scenario, you're getting the best looking, best sounding, and best playing version of one of the greatest games ever made. It's only uphill from there.
What do you think, Eric?
I don't think it's going to matter if it comes out at 60 or 80. I think a lot of people are going to pick it up and play it anyways. I don't think it ruins anything.
Yeah, look, if it's 60 physically, that means it's 50 digitally, which is exactly like Star Fox. And that would mean the worst case scenario is what? Exactly what Gamer said. The greatest game of all time, but in its best looking and sounding version ever. I don't see how that's a negative, even for 50 or 60 bucks. That being said, obviously, it's that Nintendo fans and Zelda fans really want to see Nintendo show that they're willing to go all out in a remake where they're willing to expand upon and add things in, and not just massive visual overhauls, but more. And they have done more a little bit in the past, but never really gone crazy with it. And people were hoping that this would be the one they do. And at an $80 price point, there would be that presumption that they obviously must have done more. But I want to remind everyone what people hoped with Mario Kart World, and a lot of people didn't find it worth $80. What people, I don't think Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is going to be more just because it's 80. I think it's just Nintendo kind of messing around with price points and seeing what works with certain games. Because maybe 70 digitally will end up not being a huge deal. And it could be Nintendo trying to push more digital. We don't know. So I will just say this. If it was $80, I'd almost be a little concerned, because the $80 price point from Nintendo, at least for the only $80 game they've had, didn't really deliver to me the value at that 80. But I didn't pay 80, I paid 50, so I felt like I got my value. But For the Fire Emblem, I'm not sure yet until I play it. Obviously, I'm still excited for it. $10 isn't going to make me skip Fire Emblem. I'm going to get Fire Emblem. I'm really excited. Love Fire Emblem. So I know I'll enjoy the game. And for someone like me, it'll be worth the money. But
it'll be worth every penny, dude. Keep in mind, there's 4 characters this time. That means we potentially have 4 full campaigns.
4 full, yeah. I love Fire Emblem. So I already know for me it'll be worth it because the 3 houses would have been worth it for me at 80. Like I fucking love that game. So yeah, it's gonna be well worth my money. Unless again, it could be a bad game. I doubt it, but it happens. Nintendo has just gotten my faith with some of this stuff. Like the intelligent systems with Fire Emblem has been consistently great. Even Engage, I enjoyed Engage. It's just Engage was an old school Fire Emblem game. So a lot of the newer players that didn't get into it till Awakening or 3 Houses, yeah, it wasn't going to appeal to them. There's not a lot of social stuff in the old Fire Emblems.
Nintendo, even if it's 60, 50, 60 physical, 50 digital, that might be remake variable pricing. They might just decide that, like, because this is a game that already exists, it's by default a more affordable entry point.
Maybe.
Than Switch, an original Switch.
Could be that.
I don't know.
We don't know. What's very clear, Boom Any, is we just want to see the game. We want to see more than Link laying in bed at the beginning of the game. Like, we want to see the game. And I think that'll answer a lot of questions. Because the bottom line is, guys, this game, the visuals probably matter the most from Nintendo's library. If they show it and the visuals alone make people go, holy shit, Nintendo won. That's what they were looking for. So we'll see. We just got to see the game. The question is just, when are we going to see it next? And technically, there's a Nash Weedle rumor that he heard he won't see it until September, which would suck for us.
Well, what happened last year?
Unless there's a direct the day before PAX, which could happen. Crazy things happen. That would be wild. A direct right before PAX. But yeah. Here's the thing. My biggest reason I think that they'll say or show something for Ocarina of Time in August, and it doesn't have to be a direct. It could just be a Nintendo Today, 1 minute trailer drop, some sort of teaser, is because Nintendo announced super fucking early they were going to Gamescom. They were the first company in the world to announce they're going to Gamescom. That's how early they announced. And Nintendo doesn't go to Gamescom every year. So they committed right away, which meant they have something to market. And I can't believe that they would commit to it just for Fire Emblem. Because at that point, it's that and Ocarina of Time for them. They don't have anything else. That's it. That's their lineup. Yes, Dustblood's obviously, guys, but it's from software. That's their lineup. So I can't imagine they committed to go to Gamescom just for Fire Emblem. Like, it wouldn't make any. Why would you promote Fire Emblem and not promote your other holiday game? Doesn't make any sense. And Fire Emblem's not even a holiday game. So that makes me think Gamescom is right at the end of August. So it's the week before us doing PAX.
So we need an August direct.
Yeah, or like just even an August mention for Ocarina, because Fire Emblem, I think they're still marketing Fire Emblem. They just did it yesterday. I put out a tweet with new information. So I think Fire Emblem is pretty much a lock to probably be at this event. But Ocarina of Time is the one that we know is coming, but we don't have a release date for. And like, because they haven't shown any of it, it's like, okay, will they really demo the game publicly? And now this is something we have to consider too. This is why Stash potentially getting invited matters. And guys, we won't be able to say anything until NDAs let us anyways, if it ends up being true. But it is possible Ocarina of Time is at PAX, but it's only private, and we just won't get to talk about it until a certain date. And we'll have to read the NDA carefully if we're allowed to even say the date, if we're allowed to even mention we played it. All those details are in the NDAs. Sometimes you're allowed to mention you played it, you just can't talk about it yet. Sometimes you're allowed to even announce the embargo date. Every embargo is different. Stash definitely knows that. He's seen a lot of every embargo. So it all just depends on if that's what and sometimes it might just be, hey, just wait till next week. But cool. Whatever, it's whatever Nintendo says with that. If it is a private demo, or if it's a private demo that gives us more than the public demo. That was one thing last year. We can talk about this now. Kirby Air Riders had a bigger demo privately than publicly. Gameberg got to play that. So yeah, I think that I think there's some real opportunity here. So yeah, I don't think we have to have a direct in August, even a Zelda dedicated one for Zelda to be at these events, because again, it could be in the private parts and not the public. But I kind of feel like I would like them to say something publicly in August, because I think a big driver for Zelda is word of mouth from fans. And we saw that with Breath of the Wild. So I think letting fans go hands-on at the only 2 hands-on events between now and the end of the year it's just good marketing for them. And in the industry the way it is right now, I mean, Nintendo's seemingly the only platform we're talking about actual games at the moment. So PlayStation, you did try. I'll give you effort. You did make a tweet finally. Congrats. Didn't go well for you, but no, I'm gonna laugh at this situation until Sony finally just stops being stupid. Okay, guys, let's get to the super chats and the Q&A stuff here. We got Jimzo. It says, is anyone else excited for the new Grand Blue game?
Yes, sir. I love Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Underrated. I liked it better than Monster Hunter Wilds.
Damn.
Put that out there.
It's a good game. I played in the beta when it was coming out for PS5. I mean, obviously before it came out.
Yep.
And I did really like it. I really did. So it's interesting, because when it was announced for Switch 2, I'm like, that could be fun, because you're able to play it handheld, right? And it's such a fun game, I think, to be able to play handheld. There's just certain games where that a lot of hours could be spent. and to be able to like play it handheld anywhere, it's like, oh, this is nice, right? So it's intriguing for sure. I hope it does well.
Okay. Yeah. Nintendo Ninja Prime Beyond. You can remember. Thank you so much. And then we had Demonic Brawler gifted a membership over to Gamer Classic over there.
Thanks, brother.
Venata712 with a member chat says, here's your daily reminder. Fuck EA. College football. Play, don't play. Play, don't pay. He's really upset with the state of college football this year. The game. Very pissed off. They ruined the single player by putting microtrans. They 2K'd it.
Did they?
NBA 2K'd it. They made progression for single player have microtransactions.
So like pay to win, like 2K does?
Yeah. In the single player, like player mode, where you're like you having a career.
Like my team?
Yeah,
where it doesn't really fucking matter because you're not really playing against anybody else, right?
Yeah. You're literally just playing single player. It's single player. Single player mode.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. So why would you do that?
Because it's EA.
And
I get 2K doing it with my team because you're competing against everyone, and that's actually why I don't like to spend any money, because I love beating the shit out of people who buy their team. Like, that's my favorite thing to do.
Dude, I want to see this. I want to see you have like a shit roster takeout in All-Star. Even 2K.
Dude, that is the equivalent of someone walking into the gym when your team's been running the court, and they walk in with like a headband on, like back in the day, like a headband, wristbands, sweatbands everywhere. You like
the 90s, baby.
I can tell you don't ball.
Yeah.
I can tell you really want to, and you want to be a part of it, but you suck. It's the same thing though, but in the virtual space, you can tell when they literally bought the whole roster. Just like you could tell when their parents literally bought everything they're wearing right now and spent a ton of money for them to come to the gym and totally suck it up because, they don't really play basketball, but they want to try. It's the same thing, man, but we're adults now. It's hilarious. I love it.
Tabby says, I want to apologize for being a Nintendo supporter ever. Nintendo lifer here. There you go. Demonic with the 5 gifted over on Thunderstash's channel.
There we
Thank
go.
you. I didn't see that.
Demonic
Appreciate
with
it.
$2. Say Nintendo Today just told me Yoshi has a demo. It does. It does have a demo. I covered it today in my video, although I wasn't launched at that time anymore because Nintendo accidentally pre-announced it earlier today. Whether it was supposed to come out today or not, I don't know, but obviously Nintendo decided to launch it. So there you go. I mean, look, it's not the greatest news. Like, it's an older game, and it seems to be the same demo they had at stores. But the cool thing is save transfers. Nintendo put that in the game, so you can beat the demo and then decide you like it, buy the game, transfer your save over. So that was
One
a nice
of the best things to happen at demos.
Yeah, it's great. All right, a Demonic Brawler gifted me a membership. I did that twice, and then gave Gamebird another membership as well. All right. He said, "Oh, have you not heard? I don't know. Heard the word of the bird? I have, because the bird's below me." Tabby, I'm not buying next gen PlayStation. I'm pro physical games. Sony can F off. Yeah, someone posted this thing. I'm sure we've all seen it at this point on X, where they're like, we're at the stage that you could just say fuck Sony and you're gonna have 1,000 likes. People are so pissed, and like hundreds of people, thousands of people did it. They're like, they got way more than 1,000 likes. They got like hundreds of thousands of likes. It was insane. I just did it today during the show as like we were having the discussion on all this nasty shit from Jason Schreier's thing, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck Sony. I usually don't like saying that. I usually don't like bad talking companies and shit, but like, fuck Sony, dude. I'm not buying PS6 unless something changes. Treat me with respect if you want my money. I'm saying. I'm not asking you to bring physical games back. I know you're not going to, and I'm okay buying digitally, but treat me with respect. I'm not saying me individually, obviously just as a consumer. Start to actually think that you give a fuck about your consumers. And then, yeah, obviously, make great games. Right now, you're talking about live service bullshit, which I got no interest in diving into more live service games. I already have like a couple I play. I don't need more. I'm good. I have my ones like Fortnite and stuff that I'll play here and there with my fiance. I'm good. I don't need more than that. Those are never ending games. I got to limit how many of those I touch. Because otherwise, yeah, you aren't going to fucking play anything else. And that'll make me sad. I like single player games. AJ Rack says, hey, Birdman, so close to the 1 year mark. That's right. 3 months.
Yeah,
away.
dude. You'll
Getting
be
there.
immortalized.
Roger Enyart says Sony is doomed. Yeah, I need to record something like that and put it on one of those, those ghosts. When you walk by the old school ones that all our grandparents or whatever fucking would hang over the goddamn door. They would get so annoying after like the whole week of it being there. Everyone that walks by just does that stupid ghost sound. I want to know who recorded that ghost sound. It's like forever ingrained in my head.
Mm-hmm.
The Polito Dojo says Sony is like Bugs Bunny saying, you mad? Everyone else is like, yes. Yeah. It's one of those things where Nintendo does nothing and they win. But then you start to look at the things they were getting criticized for. And now in hindsight, that looks like nothing. To be fair, those were still, decisions worth criticizing. Demonic Brawler. How many people are complaining about game key cards now? I mean, it's still out there. A lot of the people complaining are, console warriors. A huge part of it. Especially now with like the Sony thing, like it's like their number one thing they're clinging to is, and I don't really get it because Sony has game key discs. I don't really know what we're doing. Like this isn't game key cards aren't new to the industry. Don't like them. There's an argument to be made they might be helping keep physical around a little longer, especially with third parties that want to leave physical. But I lost my anger for game key cards, because I've given impassioned speeches saying fuck key cards on this show, on this very show. But my attitude shifted a bit once we had semi confirmation that there's other size cards out there now. Because my issue I have with the key card situation was that there was only the 64 gig cards. So indie studios that believe in physical felt forced to use key cards because it was just way too costly to expect them to use a 64 gigabyte card for a fucking 1 gig game. So I felt, that Nintendo, while maybe there were some good intentions, maybe not. I know there's some bias that thinks it's good intentions. I do think that Nintendo fixing that, and now indies, we're seeing a lot more indie games getting announced physically. Now it's like, okay, so the game key cards are truly just there either for companies that literally just refuse to buy a physical cartridge because they have size options, or and that, again, that's that company's choice. So you want to be mad about it, be mad at them because they had options. Or it's a AAA company that, one, doesn't want to do physical anymore, or two, the game's just way too large for it to be on there anyways. And in that case, I think a lot of the anger goes away. And I think key cards, in some cases, there are some third parties that have been. This is the part that I'm confused about. I want someone to, we talked about Microsoft earlier. Someone needs to talk to Asha and ask her this directly. Why are two of your guys' games that are not physical anywhere else physical on Nintendo? I'm literally just wondering, like, what went into that decision? Why aren't they game key cards? I'm happy they're not. We're talking about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and then Elder Scrolls. Interesting. They're both full physical on Nintendo, but literally nowhere else. And it's a company that does game key discs and has been doing it for a long time. Very interesting. I just want to know what went into that decision. I think it's the right decision. But it's like so counter to the announcement from Sony. It's like, what's happening? And again, they might have saw the reactions to Cyberpunk and the physical sales it saw for being full physical. So that could have played a role. Maybe they think Nintendo fans just buy a lot of physical, which statistically it's about 50-50. So yeah, we're pretty split on our physical and digital buying habits when games are available in both formats. At least we were on Switch. We'll see on Switch too. Obviously, digital's cheaper. Got a feeling it's going to shift over the course of the generation, but I don't see physical sales dropping below 40% for Nintendo's games. I just don't see that happening. But we'll see. All right, Reaper. All this talk about Sony not caring about consumers. As soon as Sony announces their games will be 60 instead of 80, nobody will care anymore. No, because they'll be like, well, can I buy it physically for 60? No? Okay. Well, am I buying it? I think, Reaper, I'll say this. I do think the backlash is technically a minority of their grand total consumer base. It's just a majority of the online consumer base that's talking about this shit all the time, because the majority of those people are our age and grew up with physical. So we talk a lot. And I would say that people aren't going to forget. Physical buyers aren't going to forget just because you're charging 60 instead of 80. Stash can speak to this as clearly a massive physical buyer over there that he's not against digital. He owns digital stuff. There's a massive physical buyer over there, dude. If you really love a game and want a physical copy, $80 ain't stopping you. If you love it, dude, a lot of these collectors buy them twice. Sometimes they want the convenience of digital, but they want the ownership and the, collector value of physical. Like, this isn't, to me, I don't think 60 is gonna make people like it. By the way, Sony's not gonna do this anyways. It's all hypothetical. They're not gonna suddenly go backwards in pricing. But in the hypothetical where they did, people still wouldn't forget. I don't know how, because some of those physical people are now buying Nintendo, and I literally watched some of those posts have the physical version of Mario Kart World. They intentionally paid $80 just because it's physical. That's how pissed they are at Sony. They bought an $80 physical game from Nintendo. Yeah, the price is not as much of a concern to physical buyers. Just throwing that out there. They'd rather physical exist. They're not going to let it go just because, oh, we're going to charge 60. They won't let it go. Yeah, they just won't. It was whoever made this decision first publicly, even though we're well aware Xbox was really the first one to do it, was going to get all the backlash. And we always knew it wouldn't be Nintendo. if and when Nintendo gets there, everyone knew they would be last. And here we are. We just didn't know it was going to be this soon. Demonic, all the digital future can be avoided, but Sony's digital storefront sucks. If it was more like Steam, then it might not be so bad, but it still sucks. I think it's better than the eShop. I don't know. The Switch 2 eShop is pretty clean now. The Switch 2 eShop is nice. The overall eShop, combining Switch and Switch 2 together, not quite as nice. Yeah. I haven't really, even on Xbox, like Xbox has some weird navigational things with their UI, which I know how to do it all.
Like it.
It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know how to do it all. I figured it all out at this point, but it's like, dude, what? Why? Who used this and thought this was intuitive? You've had some good UIs before.
Also, trying to find Game Pass games. It's really weird. Like sometimes they won't show up. You'll search it correctly, won't show up, and you got to go like somewhere else. And sometimes it's there, and sometimes it's not. It's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Why am I having to hunt for this?
It's
It's like the
weird.
hunt for Red October, dude. Like, come on, man.
Dude. Yeah. And look, we use Game Pass a lot in this house. My fiance, especially, she loves having access to all these games without me having to plop down all the money and have this huge wall of collection because she's not into having the collecting part of it. But it's like, she's like, is this one on Game Pass or not? I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's a Game Pass game. Wait, why the fuck doesn't that say Game Pass? It's like fucking last year's Call of Duty. What? Did my membership expire or some shit? What the fuck is going on? Like, dude, it's weird. So Microsoft's got a lot of quirks and the navigation's just not great. Nintendo obviously has their issues. The eShop is better, so it's like it feels weird to complain because it's so much better than it was on Switch 1 for all this time until they updated it last year. But it's still not great. And then obviously Sony's navigating their stores a little. You can, if you know what you're looking for, like if you just type in the search, you know what you're looking for. Yeah, it works fine. Like, that's the way it should work. Nintendo's works that way too. Microsoft's the one that's a little weird. Where sometimes the search just like it's not working. I don't fucking get it. But besides that, like direct searching, yeah, it's a little cumbersome. And it felt weird for me as a Nintendo content creator to complain about Microsoft and Sony feeling cumbersome. Because look, our eShop was pretty fucking terrible on Switch. So
Dude, yeah.
Like,
it was so
like,
bad.
we can't be complaining about others when ours is literally the worst. And now I don't know. I feel like it's kind of on par, a little better in some respects, a little worse in some respects. And that's good. That's good for Nintendo. But also, why haven't these other ones that have been doing this for much longer made this better yet? Especially when like Steam has clearly gone out there and showed like, hey, there's actually like a really super clean and obvious way to do this. And
The only thing that would make the eShop better, I mean, maybe not the only thing, but the thing that stands out to me
the biggest thing
is the music.
Mm.
That was iconic for the Wii.
Also, I will say, on Switch 2, when I'm on Switch 2 eShop anyways, the game suggestions they're giving me based on my friends now, they're not half bad. That system they put in there for game suggestions.
So no hentai stuff?
No, I'm not seeing hentai
That's
stuff.
good.
I start seeing that. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
you're
like,
friends
dude,
with the right people then.
who's on my fucking friends list? But no, I actually now that like at launch I was like, okay, who really knows how it's basing this, because like I just got the Switch 2 and like nobody owns any fucking games. But now that it's been like a year, I'm like, you know what? Now that their algorithm or whatever they're using has learned and got data, this isn't that bad actually. I kind of like it. It's a very Netflix like solution, and I'm really glad they did it. It's not perfect, but I'd like to see more stuff like that in the eShop. More game discovery options.
I haven't looked at that at all.
Well, I didn't think you would, Stash. You know what you're going to buy all the time. You're not always hunting for new stuff because you're hunting for new stuff in the news cycle, not on the eShop.
No, true. But I don't know why I didn't even think though to look at it.
Yeah.
So I only brought it up because I'm like, oh, maybe I kind of want to see what suggestions would come up.
Yeah, because plus you own so much. It's like, what are you going to tell me that I'm missing out on? I mean, maybe you're right. I don't know. Could be missing out on something.
Be cool if I found like a hidden
it's
gem.
Really neat system. And it actually is pretty good. So I just want to give Nintendo a little credit because they kind of caught up to everyone. They still can make things better. Yeah, everyone needs to get better. And I will say this, Sony and Xbox, since we already know your next gen systems will literally only be digital, you better fucking get this shit together in your shop. Get it figured the fuck out. Because that's the only way we can buy now. Please care about your fucking customers. Make it easier for us to spend money. Jesus Christ. I'm begging. Okay. But not this. Tone deaf, you say. Guess Sony and EA have the same PR firm. Jesus Christ. He's not going to stop. He's going to keep it. How many times did you super chat in saying fuck off college football? He's so bad. He's not going to let this go. He's like, I know Nate plays sports games. I wait till I make a dedicated video saying fuck off. Ronnie Brawler, bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL hits. Okay, I was worried for a moment. Demonic, we had featured like 7 of yours, and I'm like, uh-oh. Is this where it ends? Oh, okay. We got to keep it going until they come back. And even if they come back, just keep it going so they stay back.
That'd be cool if EA went to PAX.
Yeah. It's always nice to dream. I don't know if EA ever goes to PAX West, but if it would be nice.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to, be out there in the wild.
I just realized
where non-industry people can go.
Yeah, and I just realized, guys, technically next year there is a chance that Helix and PS6 are at PAX West before they come out. We might actually go hands on with them potentially. Either if not with public demos behind the close scene, like that'd be
that'd be
kind of neat. Especially since like I think they're going to be the most divisive system launches in a while. So like those consumers might actually legitimately have like a lot of questions. Like it legitimately could actually benefit from us being hands on and learn some stuff that people, because a lot of people are going to focus on like the games and like how things perform. And that's fine. Yeah, talk about that. But there's other things that we just talked about, like the navigation and the UI. Like if we get to fuck with that shit, yeah, we should. And actually see, like, are you guys making shit better?
I think there's going to be a ton of questions because of that price tag.
Oh, yeah.
Said, like, there has to be, because
people are going to care
you need
more.
to know everything if it's going to be worth it or not.
Yeah, when you're spending a lot of money, suddenly you start to care about a lot of the details. Like, hey, maybe I do want to know how many USB ports are on this fucking thing before I buy it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't care when it was 500, but you want 1,200? Well, shit. I want to know exactly what I'm getting for my money. I don't know any fucking ports are on my PS5. I haven't fucking looked at it forever. I don't know any fucking ports on the Switch. What, 2, 3? Fuck, I don't fucking know. But I don't care at the price point I paid for those. I know how many are on my laptop. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Okay. Tabby Cat just wanted to again remind everyone. Nintendo fan for life. F Sony. He's gonna say probably on all our channels. Nintendo Ninja Prime Beyond says Nintendo bring back Wave Race. Yes.
Yeah.
You see the water graphics in Star Fox, and you just go, God, what could Nintendo do with Wave Race right now?
Yeah.
Even if it's just like a remake of Blue Storm, let's go. Come on.
Yeah, and again, I'm waiting for Blue Storm to, GameCube NSO.
Mm-hmm.
That should be out in Mario Sunshine this summer. Take advantage.
Yes.
I would gladly take a Blue Storm remake at the caliber of Star Fox.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As soon as I saw Star Fox, I'm like, dude, come on now. Let's do. Even get Velen to do it, man. Look what they did with Star Fox. Let's go. Come on.
Here's the thing, though, for me. I think Wave Race 64 controls significantly better.
I agree.
And the soundtrack there's no comparison. Like, there's nothing memorable in Blue Storm. Nothing.
No.
Charm.
No, I don't remember a single track from Blue Storm. Maybe like the title theme, maybe. I kind of vaguely remember that one. But.
The most memorable thing is the transition screens.
Yeah.
With the water droplets, dude.
It looks so fucking cool.
It looks so good still.
Now today you look at it, guys, like corny as shit. That's what you're excited about. You got to understand the era, man. It's fucking wild to see that back then.
That too, and then like when you're actually playing the game and water will hit like your TV screen back then.
Yeah.
It was just like
it's like the first time you see a movie where they let the water splash the lens of the fucking camera, and it's like such a surreal moment that like just sucks you in. Like, holy shit! The first time you see it, it's awesome. And that's what it was like with this bad. Like none of us had seen anything like this before in video games. Like, holy shit, blew our minds.
I mean, I hate to go back to Metroid, but I when you talk about stuff like that, I can't help but think about my first time playing Prime on the GameCube. And even in that first like tutorial mission where you lose your powers, walking by the steam pipe and your whole visor like fogging over with the condensation and stuff was just so unreal at the time. But
yeah. Hell yeah, man. The Modern Brawl says, but will Xbox Project Helix have a built-in mouse? I'm guessing no. Even though it makes sense because they're a living room PC. No. It'll support a mouse. But no.
Yeah.
But it'll support keyboard too, so does Switch too, by the way.
Yeah, it's gonna be a computer.
Yep. Tulsa says, reminder, the PlayStation Store still has dynamic pricing. Yeah, I know. People haven't really been talking about that. This all digital thing is also on the backs of them announcing dynamic pricing. And it's like, dude, are you guys not seeing what Sony's doing? Like consistently stacking this news. But because they spread it out, so people forgot that they're actively doing this right now. Literally in the shop right now, they are doing dynamic pricing. So it's wild, man. It's wild. And I feel like they're going to get away with all of it. Like, I don't think dynamic pricing should be legal. Like being able to change the price of a game from one house to the next just based on their purchasing habits. I feel so exploitative. Something inside or something, but not gaming though. I'm probably talking about the CEO when they sold off all their stock. Yeah, a lot of people calling it insider trading, but again, technically not. But I think I thought about that. I thought it was just more of a long play where they don't necessarily know that what they're doing is going to work. So cash now. Yeah. And look, you're still there, and you're still CEO, and you're still corporate. You're still going to get more stock every year. So,
yeah, this happens all the time. You know,
there's hedging their bet. Like, hey, if this isn't going to work, cool. I still got my millions. Yeah, so just hedging bets. I mean, look, I would say I'm in the same position. I wouldn't maybe do it.
I would do it.
You know, I'm hedging bets, but I'm still trying to push the company forward. I still think it's the right direction, but I'm hedging bets to make sure I'm good. So
I would do it.
Out, I'm good.
You know, diversify that money.
Yep.
You're still making money on it. Don't touch it. You don't need to touch it because you're still working.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good move.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't blame the guy doing it personally. It's just not a good look publicly. That's all. I don't think they care. When they do moves like this, they don't give a shit. I just made $5 million. Why the fuck do I care about public backlash? People are going to forget about this headline in 2 days. And a headline like that, yeah, they will forget about in 2 days. All right. Getting more wave race. Want wave race back. Lots of wave race love. Good take, Nate. Thank you so much earlier. I don't know what take it was, but I think all my takes are the correct takes. So thank you so much. I'm always right. Dude, I get things wrong all the time. It's great. Jorge, the only thing that matters besides keeping physical that would bring back Microsoft any kind of goodwill is to do what Nintendo did with Switch or Switch 2, release some damn games. No BS, just games. That's always kind of been Nintendo's way through. All the drop the price, all the, game keycard backlash, and here's Nintendo just promoting games.
That's how Sony won so many with the PS4, right? They lost a lot of folks when they said $599 at E3.
Mm-hmm.
Again, PS3 still sold 80 million, but it was in the back half, right? Up front, people were not buying it.
Drops, slamming the game lineup in the back half.
Yeah, and with PS4, you brought the goods, man. You brought the games. People were happy. And obviously with PS5, it's been a different story. We all know why. So you're putting all your money in live service so you can maximize profits. Everything's profit driven.
Yeah.
Suits making decisions.
And look, guys, I've said this before. All three companies are obviously greedy corporations looking to maximize money. But I will note that, one thing I've noticed in covering this stuff for so long is, and it's just really coming to a head now, is there's a difference between being greedy and wanting to make money and then wanting all of the money right now. And that's how Microsoft, Sony, EA, Ubisoft, all these companies have behaved for so long is now. Maximize money now. I want all the money now. And Nintendo, do you guys know how much money they would make on Splatoon if they microtransactioned all that cosmetic shit? Do you know how much money they're leaving on the table doing that? But they feel like if they do that, they're hurting the longevity and the value of that IP. And people will eventually get tired and they might not buy Splatoon 6. That's Nintendo's philosophy. They still want you to be buying this 10, 15 million copies every time until they're done making Splatoon games. If there ever is a day they're done. And it's just a longevity plan. It keeps the company healthy over the long haul, but you're not going to see the explosive growth that you see with other companies that do it the way where they're chasing maximum profits all the time. And that's what Sony's doing right now. And we're seeing it in real time, how scummy that feels to consumers for a company to chase profits at all costs. And Nintendo, on the other hand, doing things like, hey, we only raised it $50 on Switch 2, and that's not even covering the cost difference since launch. We probably should be raising it more, but we just don't think our product can be viable in the marketplace if we do that. And we're trying to be considerate of trying to be affordable to people. Way different messaging than Sony's 3 or 4 price hikes they've done in the last year. It's just, you got to release games, but at this point for me, it's even more than that. You gotta give a shit. Sony doesn't feel like they're fighting. It feels like they're just, hey, we see a problem with our margins. That problem's fixed with digital. That problem's done. Next problem, we have a pricing problem with PS6. Well, I don't know how much we can do about that. So let's just try to have a really great lineup or something. I don't know what their plan is. Obviously, to convince people. I don't know how. You see $1,000 system. I don't know what game you could show that make people go, yeah, I'm ready to pre-order that. I don't know. We've never seen it. It's never happened. We don't know what this is going to feel like. We've never had a system launch at $1,000+ So we don't know. We don't know what this is going to feel like. We don't know if it's going to make us judge the games differently when we see them. Like when you see that first PS6 game, are you going to look at it and be like, "Dude, that doesn't look like anything better than I had on PS4?" Because that's what people have been saying the entire PS5 gen. And if that happens, are they really going to plop down $1,000+ for something they think they don't really need because they feel like that game should be possible on other hardware they already own? Now, these are the things that be crossing people's minds now when this is no longer a throwaway purchase on a weekend. This is now something seriously that could take up entire monthly paychecks for some people. And they're going to have to save up for a long time to buy one.
Yeah, I also, are we even clear on Sony's intentions for single player games? Are they, have they recovered from all the time and money lost yet with the live service failures to make single player games for PS6?
They said it publicly. They
said they still want to, but like, my question is, like, you had so many projects in the pipeline and you lost a lot of time to that and to COVID. Are you guys recovered and ready to get back to like what you did in the PS4 era?
Yeah.
Are you able to do that on PS6?
Not a whole generation, and we still don't have Naughty Dog's big game. Like,
I'm saying, like, because if you don't have that, what are we doing? I want that. I want all their single player hits. I'm not trying to buy a PS5 for Horizon Hunters and Gatherers.
Forbidden West, though.
I love Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. Love them, 100% at both. But if you ain't got that, what do you got for me? Because I can play all the third-party stuff now on Nintendo as well. That's the thing, man. I don't know if they have what it takes. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Be interesting.
Xbox is in the sub basement, Brian. Is that also a triple joke? And one of them is that the story broke that Nintendo has more online subscribers than Xbox does now, which is like historically wild to think about. Like absolutely wild. Xbox started this shit, and Nintendo. By the way, Nintendo proved that Phil Spencer was a liar too. So, and I think Phil Spencer believed what he said, but like Nintendo just factually proved that's bullshit. And that was that, we lost the most important gen for digital because of blah, blah, blah. Fuck that, dude. Nintendo didn't do jack shit till 2017. Launched a whole new account system and a whole new eShop. No backwards compatibility. Second best selling console of all time. Make a compelling fucking product. People will show up. It ain't that you lost the wrong generation. That's just a fucking excuse. Oh, man. And you know what makes it a compelling product? Oftentimes it's the games. And Microsoft has struggled to get consistent game releases out. Hopefully that changes, but I don't know. They just cut some teams down that now I'm like, man, are we ever getting another Doom? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe this is being followed up with restructuring. Maybe they're going to merge some studios together. I have no fucking idea what their long haul plan is, besides what they've said publicly. So, Din Jara says Sony and Microsoft are both steaming piles of Yoshi poop. Nintendo is taking dumps on them right now. Yeah, one thing I haven't checked out are all the actual fanboy Nintendo accounts. Like, they must be fucking having a field day right now. Like NintenGod and others, they must be. They just must be fucking going off. They live for this shit.
Yeah, he hasn't been appearing on my feed actually. I'll have to check in on him.
I muted him because I'm like, dude, you are. I mean, thanks for reminding me I'm not a shill and what a shill really is. Because holy shit,
I get too much amusement out of
it's hilarious. Like there's
misinformation,
like just as much misinformation with him as with everybody else. Like anytime he talks about any other platform, it's like, okay, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just stop.
Dude, I'm not like, I'm being real with you guys. I get enjoyment out of seeing Rizky lure people in. Like he's one of my favorite people to follow because what I don't seek it, right? I'll get on X and if it's in my feed, I see it.
Algorithm shit. Yeah.
And I'm just like, I'll click on it and I just see him just luring people in. I'm like, and I'm reading the people's replies and I can just imagine how mad they're getting. And I'm like, oh dude, this is hilarious. Cause I've seen him do it so many times and he's good at it. Like he's good at it. You gotta give him credit. He's really good at pressing people's buttons.
So the dumbest shit.
It's so funny though. It is.
Risky and Tripster were the same thing, but then like you go look at what Risky says, and it's like, okay, how? I thought this about Trips. You are somehow worse. How? And
Yeah.
you don't even write English correctly, which is fine if it's not your first language or whatever. But
He's the best in the game, I think.
and in the game, he's the only one that pretends that he's a Nintendo fanboy.
Yeah, dude. Like he just plays all of his cards like perfectly to press people's buttons.
One sentence in, you should know to ignore him, but people don't, and it's just I have fun with it on my streams for a while until I decide, okay, I'm done. I can't. I'm done with this. Like, it's only fun for so long.
You know, it's like watching a prank unfold. You know, but like you're not part of it, but you're watching it from afar, or like just watching someone like walk into a trap that he knows about to happen, and it's very amusing for me to just see it. And when people, especially when people continue to go back and forth, and with each reply to Risky, you can tell that like they're just getting more and more mad, and the steam's rising. And you're just like, oh my god, I hope they keep replying. I don't know that they can get any more mad. This is great.
That's hilarious. Your camera crashed, Eric.
Of course it did.
Yeah, right towards the end. I know.
Hey, at least it's at
how about sorry, this one first. How about a Metroid Prime Hunters remake? Anyone want to see that? Was that DS back in the day? Right?
Yeah, DS.
Had a tap to shoot. Style, baby.
You know, I think multiplayer would be great for Metroid just to bring it to a broader audience, to popularize it more. For me personally, I could care less.
Here's what are you guys? I think pretty sure Eric's camera died or overheated. It's the camera that has issue.
Yeah.
It usually makes it through a podcast. It usually dies later, but you know, didn't make it today. Hopefully, it's still alive. It probably is.
Yeah, I can tell you.
It probably overheated is all. Yeah, we used to have a fan blowing at it.
Yeah.
Probably just overheated.
Hey, look, I'm back.
Yeah, it just overheated.
Hey, look, I'm gone.
Yep. Yeah, it's overheated. It won't work
I'm
again.
just gonna turn it off.
Yeah, until it cools down, it's not gonna work. Warren Bowman says, could Nintendo honestly be safe and stay around for many more years to come, even with this RAM and AI crisis compared to PlayStation and Xbox? I shouldn't worry. I'll just tell you this. Nintendo is a zero debt company. So for those that don't know what that means, they don't take on loans. They don't take on debt to make acquisitions or do any of that stuff. They just only spend money they have. So they have a lot banked up. It's something like 10 to 14 billion or whatever in a bank. And they just keep letting that pot build up. And that isolates them from a lot of the industry stuff. So when they have a generation, like when Wii U tanks, Nintendo was fine because they don't owe anyone any money. Like people see, oh my God, they just had a year where they reported in the red. You're right. That was the first year they've ever reported in the red as a video game company. You know what? That is a panic mode for most companies to have a $1 billion companies that are used to making hundreds of millions of dollars to billions every year in profits. Suddenly you're in the red. That is a massive, like, holy shit, that company's in trouble. But that wasn't true for Nintendo because they didn't owe anyone any money. They weren't going to default on anything. The money that money they lost is just their own money. It's money they already spent. They just didn't make it back. They were never in danger. They have so much in the bank. Someone's pointed out, like, they could have Wii U failure after Wii U failure for 50 years before they'd be in trouble because they don't owe anyone any money. So no, in terms of Nintendo being safe, they are completely safe to survive all of this. They're also the best positioned to survive all of it and actually maybe even sell well during this generation. But there's a lot of unknowns. Obviously, guys, if things get worse, the price is going to go up. He left the door open for that. And if it gets way worse, we've already seen RAM prices go up 500%. If it goes up 1,000%, 1,500%, and all of a sudden Switch 2 has to be sold at like $700, yeah, okay, they're fucked. I think that prices you out of the handheld market for the traditional handheld market. I know all the fucking gaming PCs are a fortune at the moment.
I'll just give my 2 cents in, following Nintendo, of course, my whole life. I have never worried about Nintendo going anywhere my whole life. I watched Michael Pachter fearmonger for years and say Nintendo was going out of business and that this will be their last console generation and they're going to go third party. And I
even
saw him
before
spout all
Wii.
the nonsense. Yeah. Oh, so many times, man. So
Is
many
Nintendo
times.
Doom.com, is that still a website?
Yeah. He used to crap on the GameCube, of course, the Nintendo Revolution, the underpowered GBA. He thought the PSP was going to whoop the DS's ass because,
Graphics.
graphics. Like,
yeah.
come on,
the
bro.
Pactor, he had that stupid YouTube channel, the Pactor Factor.
Yep. And I only knew about him because, like, before YouTube was big, I knew from Planet GameCube because they'd run Billy Berghammer. He would run the articles all the time on Pactor, and he was just always dooming.
This is NintendoDoomed.com, guys. It's been around for decades, and it's always just been a black screen saying yes. Why? Because people like Michael Pachter and others have been saying Nintendo is doomed for decades.
Yeah, I saw him make fun of the GameCube because it has a handle and this and that, and it's like, bro, nobody cares. Does it have good games?
Dude,
that's what gamers care about.
You know what's wild? We hearing all the, like, you just brought back so many memories mentioning Michael Pachter, because I remember all of these headlines all the time.
Yeah, always
from the different outlets.
Dude, he was a big part of E3 coverage too back then.
But even beyond that, I remember, obviously people didn't know that this was a moment that Nintendo was revolutionizing again the way the way we do things in the game industry. And I don't want to misrepresent the company because I'm not sure which outlet put out this headline, but is when Nintendo announced for the first time that they would not be doing a live E3 and instead be doing what they call a Nintendo Direct digital presentation. And I believe, could be wrong, so don't quote me, I believe it was Polygon, but one of the big gaming outlets basically put, like, this is a really bad sign for Nintendo and shows that there's a really big lack of confidence behind the brand. And go figure, not only was it unbelievably successful, but every single company has copied it. Not just the big three, like Capcom's doing them, Ubisoft's doing them. So
everyone knows them.
They are the pioneer. Like, companies don't just copy Nintendo's gameplay elements. Like, you look at my channel, right? So many games I've reviewed, borrow stuff from Zelda, or borrow stuff from Mario, or borrow stuff from Metroid, right? We got Metroidvanias. But it's not just that. It's not just like the controllers with the rumble motor and the joystick, the shoulder buttons, the motion controls. Obviously, again, we talked about it. We're all expecting the next generation of PlayStation and Xbox to have handheld counterparts. Nintendo's copied in so many ways, and we should be thankful that they are. because you have a good leader. You have someone that's like leading by example and doing things right. And the more people that take those things away from Nintendo and utilize it themselves, I think the better off the industry would be.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. Guys, you can do game cartridges in handheld. That'd be great. You're not going to, but I take that from Nintendo, please. Please.
They're also really positioned really well because they've made that shift to not being exclusively a video game company, and they just describe themselves now as an entertainment company. They've got their movie division, they've got their toys and their merch that you see. They've got the theme park expansions through Universal Studios, which I mean, it seems pretty clear that those are going to be expanding into new worlds, and
because it's doing so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I always find it funny with when one of the criticisms that get lobbed at Nintendo sometimes is like, hey, all they do is just keep making all these 40-year-old franchises. One, it's not true. They make tons of new IP all the time. You're just not paying attention because you're not fucking on our systems. Two, yeah, they make games people want to play. I know. Fucking foreign concept. Some of these companies. You make shit people want to play. They show up and they buy it. Oh, it's a 40-year-old franchise. Yeah. They've kept a 40-year-old franchise so fucking fresh that its best-selling fucking game in Zelda didn't happen until 2017, and this shit came out in 1985. What the fuck are we doing?
That's the thing, is that you try to diss them and you don't even realize that you're actually complimenting them. That's how ignorant you are when you say that. But they don't even realize it.
Like, you know how hard it is to keep our IP relevant across that many fucking generations?
Yeah.
But we've seen a lot of IPs come and go, including from Nintendo. Like, it is very, very difficult to keep IPs running that long. And when they do it, and they're some of the biggest in the world, yeah, they know what they're fucking doing. They're giving people what they want. No, that should be cheered. It'd be different if they weren't making any new IPs, but they still are.
Well, I mean, I'm sitting here wishing
Drive already out the fucking gate, brand new IP.
I mean, I'm sitting here wishing we'd get new versions of old IP. I'm waiting for the next Jack and Daxter, the next Sly Cooper, the next Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and dude, Asha, if you want to keep the fan service going, Toys for Bob said they want to make a Banjo, so just come on. You're already under contract with you on that Spyro game. We know. All right, talk about Banjo because you ain't fucking doing anything with it, and they want to make it. By the way, release it on Nintendo, and you will make money. Just letting you know. You do have Toys for Bob make a Banjo and put it on Nintendo, you're gonna make your money back. I don't know if it's gonna sell on Xbox. It will sell on Nintendo. Gotta go where the audience is when you make a game like that. Gotta go where it is. Platforming audience, they're over on Nintendo. Even Astrobot. I'm telling you guys, if Astrobot was a Nintendo game instead of a Sony game, it would have sold even better, astronomically better.
Beyond Good and Evil 2, baby.
There are like people talk like a lot of Sony fans will talk all the time about games sell best on PlayStation. I'm like, there's certain genres I'm telling you right now fucking pop on Nintendo. Platformers is one of them. RPGs is another one that really pops on Nintendo.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, there's just some that's like it's not so cut and dry that it is best on Sony because there are just some IPs that just do better. That said, let's go ahead and go around, wrap this thing up, get the hell out of here. I'll let you guys know quickly just the guests for next week because Eric's going to be out the next couple of weeks, it looks like. But we do have Sandstorm coming back next week. So if you guys missed him, he was here last week. He'll be back. And for the second time ever, Tubular Jonathan coming back on. So happy to have him come back on. So it's going to be a pretty banger episode. Obviously, not sure exactly what our topics will be yet because we don't know what's happening between now and then. We'll wait and see. There's no major game releases or anything in terms of Nintendo to worry about. Our next one to worry about with that will probably be Splatoon Raiders. And that will be our review for that will be on the last episode of the month. That'll be when we do our conversational review on that one. So that one's still a couple weeks away. And that one's gonna be cool because we have some people that wanted to come on, like Alyssa and Nintendo Land, because they both are gonna be playing Splatoon Raiders. So they wanted to be on for that episode. That's gonna be a fun one. Yeah. Yeah. So it's always nice to have people that like I started doing this thing. I didn't tell you guys. I think it's just obvious. I probably should have been doing it the whole time, but this last round of invites, I was like, I should note in the invites like what episodes I know are going to be review episodes for Nintendo games. In case people want to sign up specifically for those ones because they know they're going to be going all out. And because that also makes those episodes better knowing that all of our guests played the game, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't know why I didn't do that. But you live and you learn. It's just things you just notice over time. Certain guests not playing. Like, you know what? What if I just told them ahead of time? Then they would know not to sign up for that if they're not going to play the game. Anyways, yeah, that's what we got for you. Let's go around the room. First off, to the sock puppet, who's literally just a sock puppet because that's all that's left on him is a sock. He's naked next to me. You don't know. I'm scared.
Holy crap!
Sock puppet, Spice Lord, Eric Moore.
Yeah. Like Nate said, I'll be out the next 2 weeks. I got a family vacation next week, and then my mom's having surgery the following week. So on that day, nothing serious, just a torn ligament in her foot, but she is not going to be weight bearing for 4 weeks. So I'm going to have to probably help take care of her for a little while. Yeah. So, and then I will probably actually be out 3 of the next 4 total, with the last one being possibly for work. So,
All right.
at some point in time.
So, Eric's camera dying
Yeah,
was
right.
an omen
Yeah, right.
that you're just not going to see Eric for most of the next month.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be sad. Sad. Chat, when he makes his triumphant comeback, that's like, I don't know, the second episode in August or some shit. You better be dropping lots of spices in the chat. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll leave it at that. What that means, I don't know. You guys can figure it out. You got a couple weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks to figure it out.
No, we don't need any more porn bots. We finally somewhat got rid of those.
I wasn't. See, why did your mind go there?
Because you said spicy.
Wait. Why
was it spicy?
Why does the word spicy make you go to porn?
Why doesn't it not?
I guess you are the spice. What the fuck? My God.
I am the Lord of all things spice.
I swear. All right. As everyone's laying around, like, there's some shit going on. I don't know why are they laughing. Why is this funny? What is happening? Gamebird, what's going on, man?
Yeah, you guys know where to find me here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I got a couple of fun Zelda discussion videos that I just outlined that I'm going to be dropping very soon, as well as a couple more reviews that I have planned. So stick around for that. Other than that, I'll see you guys every Wednesday or Tuesday night on my channel with Gamebird Live. We had a lot of fun last night shooting the shit. I did some snack rankings. The snacks were chosen by the audience. And we hit the goal. So I have to drink some, do a nice little tasting of Pepper X sauce, which is supposed to be one of the hot sauces.
It's not
So we hit the goal. The people have spoken. So we'll give that one a go. That should be pretty fun. And what else? I feel like there's something else. Oh, I mentioned this last week. I'm already brainstorming. I'm getting super pumped for PAX West, thinking about the vlog, how I can make it even better this year than last year. One of the things that I'm going to be doing for you guys, members on my channel, I'm going to do a special member crawl at the end of the vlog just to thank you guys, immortalize you guys in the vlog. I'll have maybe some bloopers, some behind the scenes stuff that maybe doesn't make the main vlog running along the credit crawl. But yeah, I want to give an opportunity for you guys to be immortalized with the NintenByte crew. So stay tuned for more information about that.
I can't wait.
Looking forward to that.
Literally, like,
right.
Like, I've been looking forward to it since last year. I'm like, okay. It was so good. Guys, if you haven't seen last year's vlog, you need to go watch it. It is like, I know I have a personal attachment because I lived through all those experiences, but like, even just looking on, like, you know, like my kids watched it and they were like, Dad, this is really good. I'm like, I know.
Yeah, if someone
good.
if someone wants to link the vlog in each of our chats, for anyone who hasn't watched our vlog from last year, I promise you this will get you pumped for not only the vlog for this year, but also I know Stash is going to be doing tons of PAX coverage with games as well as Nintendo Prime. We'll probably be doing a live podcast, I imagine, at the show again, just like we did last year. So guys, check out last year. Someone, if someone doesn't mind, link the vlog in everyone's chats. That way you can get a taste of what's to come. This was my first time making a vlog, so I'm going in this year with much more experience on how to tell a fun story. And my goal last year was I wanted it to feel like you were on the journey with us. You were hanging out with us. I think I did a pretty good job at that. But this year we're going to go even crazier. And this year, hopefully I'm not sick. But yeah, stay tuned for that.
Okay. Thunderstash.
All right, guys. So since last week, since I last saw you, let's see, I posted Rayman Legends Retold from Summer Game Fest. Played that on Switch 2. Star Fox review. Michaela and I played Orbitals for obviously Switch 2. It's an exclusive. And I played Hella of Mice and Magic. And I got to meet the creators behind it and also unveil a new gameplay mechanic that just got revealed. That game is actually looking really cool. You guys remember when we did the podcast after the Indie World? That was like one of the games that I said I was most excited about. It was Hella. But interestingly,
that's the one with the mouse, right?
Yeah, the one with the mouse.
Adventure game. Yeah.
I didn't realize this at I don't know. I must have missed this detail from that time to this time now, because there's a ton of different gameplay mechanics that I covered in the game. But one of the biggest things is open world, like fully open world. I was like, really? I was not expecting a mouse game like this to be like an open world experience. So that actually got me more excited for the game. But check that out. And then today I posted my review for Sword Art Online Echoes of Aincrad, which I'll just say I liked the game. There's a lot of reviews out there. For the most part, didn't. Bird, you drafted this game. Have you seen the Metacritic?
Yeah. I've played a really good game this year.
You haven't
this
done
one
though.
Stinks.
Here's the thing though, like I saw the Metacritic, I'm like, oh dude, that sucks. Cause like I liked it. I obviously I say why in the review, but
meanwhile,
yeah,
I got AC Black Flag coming up for me for my reviews. And that'd be killer because everyone's glowing about that one.
I got that this morning at 3 a.m. But I was finishing up my review of Echoes of Aincrad. So, okay, look, that's what I have. Let me wrap this up real quick. That's what I just did. And since I last saw you, I have 10 videos scheduled already. These are all Summer Game Fest preview videos for games that are not out yet. Many that will be coming to Switch 2. And then coming up, I have Rhythm Heaven Groove review. High on Life 2 for Switch 2. SnowRunner. Devil May Cry 5. Sonic Frontiers. Got to wrap up Adventures of Elliot. And I would have already, but I wanted to get all the Summer Game Fest stuff done behind me. Again, AC Black Flag. And then I got a handful of games coming up that I don't want to mention yet because I'm guessing they're not on people's radars. And I like to surprise with some of these reviews. So yeah, lots coming. It's going to be busy. And at some point, I'm getting the Chromatic M64 the Nintendo 64 console. I think it shipped this week, and that's for a press review. So I'm going to have an excuse to play Nintendo 64, which I'm actually really excited about. Because I need an excuse to play it. Like, it needs to be work related because I don't have time to leisurely play N64. So, but this will give me a reason. So I'm excited for that. And yeah, lots more to come, guys. Lots of reviews. And just trying to clear out this pipeline, believe it or not, to be prepared for PAX. Like, I know PAX isn't for 7 weeks, but that's what I'm sprinting towards. I'm sure you guys are as well. But yeah, I'm trying to clear things out, clear out this pipeline.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So guys, you guys know what I do at this point, the daily news videos and stuff. This month I am trying to get out more videos than I usually do. It's just a really busy time. Lots of news happening. And obviously waiting for the dam to break with Zelda eventually, because that'll be a lot of work that I'm going to be doing for that game. But yeah, just lots of stuff to look forward to. I mean, I have that's internal goal in my head to get a couple of videos out a day, but that's not really going to be happening. I'm not going to get out a couple a day, but you're going to see me produce more videos this month than I did last month, and getting a better rhythm, which has mostly been my focus this summer, is just trying to get back into a rhythm.
Hey,
just because
just play rhythm heaven, baby.
Yeah, rhythm heaven, right? Yeah, I've just had a lot going on in my personal life, so it's been hard to get into the groove this summer. But hey, rhythm heaven groove maybe is the way to help me get into it. That said, yeah. So we're gonna have lots of videos, lots of live streams. We are back on our stream schedule that we've been doing before all my stuff. So yeah, we're just kicking it, man. It's summer. We're having fun. We're playing video games. We're shooting the shit. We're enjoying our summer and getting ready for PAX, man. I'm really excited for the trip for a multitude of reasons. Number one, getting to play all the games is great, but obviously the most important thing is seeing all you guys and hanging out and chilling and getting to be, honestly, it just kind of feels like a great old high school hangout.
Yeah, it does.
And it's just fucking nice. And it's like so different from my everyday life as a parent. Like, I'm like, God, dude. It's like, it's almost a vacation, but it's not because I'm working, but it feels a little bit like it because I'm having fun. The relaxing part, not so, I wouldn't say relaxing, but fun. It's fun.
Very fun. Nonstop.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's it, guys. We'll catch you same time next week, or at least 3 of us will. The one guy on camera who's not on camera, you won't see, but that's okay. We'll miss him together. Maybe we'll have a funeral for the sock puppet since he's gone the next 2 weeks. Gamebird, task you with a creative vision here.
Absolutely.
I'll put the suit on and everything for the funeral. You said to say a few kind words. All right, guys. We'll catch you later. Bye, everyone.
Bye.